Looks like we are officially live here. Welcome to the Kicker Runners Podcast, special live edition coming to you for the NCAA Outdoor Track Championships. It's day 2 here, and we are about to get the action started at Hayward Field. It is the Women's Day here in Eugene, Oregon. The first event on the track will be the 4x100 meter relay. It's a semifinal. Most events today are the semifinal rounds, but we do have a final being contested in the women's 10K. We've got a lot of exciting events on deck. Thank you for joining us here on The Kick. I'm your host, Loggia. We were live yesterday for the men's day 1. It was not a disappointment. So let me know in the chat if you are back returning from yesterday's stream, or if you are new here. We welcome everybody for some track NCAA fun. All right, guys, so they have the women on the line for heat 1 of the 4x100 meter relay here, and we will be watching that as soon as it commences any second now. And the women are off for the first heat of the 4x100 meters here at historic Hayward Field, the new Hayward Field. Handoffs look clean for the first exchange. The home team, Oregon Ducks, are in this heat. LSU is also in this heat. So some big-time schools looking to get out of this first heat and advance into the finals. Right now, LSU has the lead. Texas A&M making a strong move, and their anchor leg looks like they could bring them to victory. But no, LSU will take it. It's LSU and Texas A&M securing their spot in the finals. Top 2 in each heat advance automatically. So for this first heat, it's LSU and Texas A&M. So we'll have to wait and see if some of those other teams like Oregon, the home team, Auburn, are able to make it. But it was all LSU and Texas A&M for the auto big Qs. All right, guys, so first event already underway here with the 4x1. We have a big time meet coming up here today. For listeners of the podcast, you know that we have 3 qualified athletes who were guests on the pod. And all 3 of them happen to be women, so they'll be all competing today. And that is Sophie Novak of Notre Dame in the steeplechase. She'll be coming up soon. But before that, Elizabeth Whaley of Wake Forest is in the 1500 meters. And then in the finals of the 10K later tonight, it will be Jadyn Keeler, the Canadian who runs for the University of North Dakota. So those are our Kick alumni who are competing today. But beyond that, there is a huge list of big names competing tonight. I'd say the women's 10K is a little more interesting than the men's 10K in the sense that everybody kind of knew Haptem Samuel was going to win yesterday. Tonight, everybody's feeling like Jane Hedegren, the superstar freshman from BYU, will likely take it, but there is certainly competition. We saw at regionals with Pamela Kosgei giving her a run for the money. She's definitely looking to see if she can take down the freshman. And then we'll be also rooting for, of course, Jadyn Keeler, who is looking to mix it up and I think has a very good shot at an All-American spot. Again, All-American is top 8. But right now, we are about to see the 4x100 Heat 2. Thank you to the viewers who have already joined the party. We are just getting started here, just warming up for what is going to be a great night. Yesterday, we were live for 4 hours. It's quite the stream. I was quite tired at the end, but we were live for 4 hours for the men's day 1. And it was a lot of fun. We also hit our goal of 250 subscribers yesterday, which was really fun. We'll have to set a goal together tonight to see where we can get, but first we have to kind of get a sense of how many viewers we're getting before I think we could set a reasonable goal. But as you join right now in these early stages of the stream, giving us a like or just leaving a comment in the live chat will definitely help our show get out there, and would love to hear from you in the chat. We are moments away from Heat 2 of the women's 4x1 taking off. The Tennessee Volunteers will be represented in this heat. A lot of schools who are in the mix for the team title here. Georgia is in this heat. Georgia, definitely a team on the women's side looking to get the win. Let's start a poll here on the channel to get things going. I'm going to do a very early prediction poll of who will win the women's meet this year. Will it be Georgia, as I just mentioned? Will it be Florida? Could it be, no, I can only have 4 options, so the 4th option will be other. 3rd option, let's throw in the home team, Oregon. All right, guys, the poll is live now in the chat, so you can vote there. If you're shy about leaving a comment in the live chat, polls are anonymous, so that's a way to engage without, saying anything. All in the Game 01 starts off our chat tonight. All in the Game 01 was our top commenter last night, so appreciate your viewership and engagement. All in the Game says, female steeplers are going to benefit massively from Doris Lemengale scratching and giving up a guaranteed 3rd consecutive NCAA steeple title to go up versus Jane and Pamela in the 5K. Great analysis there. Couldn't agree more. Doris, I'm a big Doris Lemengale fan of Alabama. I've interviewed her like probably 8 times now because I've worked at NCAA Championships in the media zone, and my job was always, no matter which outlet I was representing, it was always to interview the winners, and she always won. Whether it was the 5K, the 3K, the 3K steeple, she was always winning, and she was just the nicest person. So shout out to Doris. Good luck to her going all in on that 5K, which will be coming up Saturday. But yeah, stepping out of the steeple does roll out the red carpet to some other athletes having a chance. And honestly, I'm happy with that because, like I said, Sophie Novak, who was the first woman to ever be a guest here on our podcast, she is honestly probably the favorite. And I'm not just saying that because I'm biased, because I know her, because I'm friendly with her. I think Sophie really is the favorite for the steeplechase now that Doris Lemengale isn't contesting it. So we'll see how that all plays out. The prelim semifinal round is today. So Sophie has to make sure that she gets through cleanly. I always think it's a tough event to have a prelim for. Like, the 3K steeple is a grueling event. To have to run it twice, they really make you earn it at NCAAs. But thank you to All in the Game for chiming in and sharing that perspective. The battle in the 5K is going to be crazy. I think, Jane is going to be not fresh because she is running a 10K tonight. So Doris has to use that, her fresh legs to her advantage. Pamela Kosgei also running the 10K tonight. So Doris, I really think all of the things are lining up for her to get the win in the 5K, and that would be a great moment for her. As a lot of people have thought maybe it's Jane's time now, and Jane has asserted herself, at the top of the NCAA, but she is just a freshman, so we shall see. All right, so Heat 2 of the women's 4x1 is on the track. So there will be 3 heats of this. And the women's 4x1, again, to recap, in Heat 1, it was Texas A&M and LSU getting the auto cues. And in Heat 2, it is going to be USC and Georgia, so no surprise there. Georgia and USC get the big Q. As it stands right now, the 4 guaranteed 4x1 squads for the women in the final are USC, Georgia, LSU, and Tennessee with 1 heat remaining. That final heat will bring Florida State, Ohio State, UCLA, Arizona, and a handful of other teams into the mix. Thank you to the few voters we have in the poll so far tonight. Obviously, it's way too early to call who is actually going to win this women's meet, but it is always fun to leave predictions. All right, Heat 3 of the women's 4x1 semifinal on the track now. And they are off. So let's see how this finals lineup will all come together. Second legs have the stick. And the exchange here for the third legs looks like Florida State is in a really good spot. All in the game says looking like USC, Georgia, and LSU could push each other to break the 41.55 NCAA record. That would be incredible. But right now in Heat 3, it is FSU going to be passed here, it looks, by that South Carolina. Yes, South Carolina takes the win for the final heat here. FSU gets through as well as the top 2 teams in this heat. And now we will see who the 3 time qualifiers are between the heats. So USC runs the fastest time in the prelims for the 4x1. They ran 41.96 out of Heat 2. So as all in the game says, hey, there's a chance that NCAA record of 41.55 goes down. But we will have to wait until Saturday to see if that happens. All right, guys, so we are live from the NCAA Outdoor Track Championships here in 2026. I was there in person the last 2 years. I got this shirt while I was there. Tracktown USA, baby. Love it. Got to represent. But this year we are remote. We are commentating and reacting live with all of you. Yesterday we had hundreds of comments in the live chat throughout our 4-hour broadcast. So let's see if we can replicate and even top that tonight. I'm going to go to the Instagram of the podcast here. So it's called The Kick Podcast on Instagram, at The Kick Podcast if you want to follow there. And I am just going to put a little post up on the story to encourage people to tune in here. Again, we are between events. The 4x1 just wrapped up. It will be the 1,500 meters next, and we are going to be all eyes on that because it's a big event, an event that I, am more invested in as a distance runner, former NCAA distance runner. And we've got Elizabeth Whaley of Wake Forest, who was on the show just last month, and she made her claim. She said, I am going to be running and ending my NCAA career at Nationals, and here she is. She made it, so congrats to her. All right, guys, so just give me a second here to post on Instagram to encourage our followers there to join in on the live stream. Question from All in the Game 01 says, was it very expensive to fly and stay there when you went in person? Well, luckily I was doing it for work, so it was all paid for. So I was representing the Stride Report the last 2 years, and they covered my Airbnb as well as my flights to get there. So it was really cool. If you want to learn more about my experience there, on my personal YouTube channel, which is just my name, Will Loggia, Loggia. I did vlogs for both years where I kind of showed what it was like working at the NCAA Championships. So that was a lot of fun. But yeah, luckily I was able to go for free. Those are the perks of representing a bigger running media or sports media company. So great memories there. All right, so just posting the link to this live stream here. Again, we are on commercial break, and when we return, it will be the women's 1500 meter prelims. So any second now, we will return for the 1500s. And I believe Heat 1 does feature Elizabeth Whaley of Wake Forest. So go Elizabeth, go. Let me know in the comments, have you listened to any of our podcast episodes? Have you listened to Elizabeth Whaley? She was last month on the show. All right, guys, we are back now, and it is Heat 1 of the women's 1500 meters. Rosemary Longisa is in this heat. She's one of the contenders favored to potentially win. But, I mean, the women's 1500 is so deep. It really could go any way, and I'm sure we will be shocked by some of the athletes who don't qualify out of this prelim. JF in the comments, thank you for chiming in. JF asks, anyone know the story why Jip Curry of Oklahoma State went for 5,000? Personally, I do not know what was behind that choice, but a lot of athletes do choose to focus on that 5K and just lock in for fresh legs because a lot of people are, not fresh at that point. Wilma Nielsen is in this race. As we know, multi-time NCAA champion, one of the best milers the NCAA has ever seen. And right next to her on the line is Elizabeth Whaley of Wake Forest, Demon Deacons, and they are off, ladies and gentlemen. We are underway here for the women's 1500 meters. In this first heat, Allie Zealand, Elizabeth Kuttevi, Tia Wilson, Chloe Forrester, Immaculate Gematai, Sadie Engelhardt, I believe, is in this one as well. Yep, there she is. So NC State's superstar Sadie Engelhardt is in this one. Early on, it is Allie Zealand leading it. Wilma Nielsen, the hometown hero, Oregon Duck, is in second. And Elizabeth Whaley is on the inside here in about fifth, running on the inside rail. Bailey says, I'm back. Welcome back, Bailey. All in the Game says, terrible decision by Billa to scratch from the 1500 to run the 5K versus Jane, Doris, and Pamela. That one is a surprise. She is more of a 1500 specialist. And yeah, the 5K, she is taking on some big time, hard to beat athletes. All right, guys, so 400 meters in. They're keeping this relatively honest, it looks like. Don't have an official split for you there, but currently everybody's still in the mix. Allie Zealand of Liberty is leading it. Wilma Nielsen slotted in behind her. You have to think Wilma Nielsen is going to advance to the finals here on her home track. She's won this event before. Elizabeth Whaley is back in seventh, but still looking strong, so rooting for her to be able to hold on and snag a qualifier here. So remember, there's only 2 heats of the women's 1500. It will be the top 5 from each heat who advance and the next 2 best times. Usually those next 2 best times come from heat 2 because they know how fast they have to run. But in this case, these women are running pretty fast. Looked like somewhere around like 214, 215 for the first 800 meters. So Allie Zealand keeping things honest here, leading the pack. Wilma Nielsen right behind her. Sadie Engelhardt is right there. And 2 women have fallen off the lead pack here, but Elizabeth Whaley is not one of them. Elizabeth Whaley is still attached here to these leaders, a group of about 7. Tia Wilson is still in it as well, the Florida star freshman. Or I'm sorry, not star freshman, star senior. Tia Wilson of Florida, the star senior, of course. Got thrown off by the freshman from Florida who we will be seeing in the next heat, and that is Claire Stegall. But right now, we are on a bell lap. Allie Zealand has led this thing, but now it looks like Wilma Nielsen is looking to make a move. Sadie Engelhart moving up. Tia Wilson looking strong, and Elizabeth Whaley still attached to the pack. Wilma Nielsen leading things here as we enter 200 meters to go. Top 5 women will advance here, guys. Need to be in that top 5 to guarantee your spot in the final. Wilma Nielsen looking around. She wants to conserve as much energy as possible. She will let a few women pass her, but no more than 4. So Sadie Engelhart is going to be safe here. So is Wilma Nielsen. So is Tia Wilson. Rosemary Longisa will get through. BYU athlete Carly Hansen will get through. So those are your top 5. Elizabeth Whaley finishes in 7th, so she still has a chance of qualifying here. She would be the last one in if Heat 2 ends up being slower. But Rosemary Longisa wins Heat 1 in 4:06.4. A very respectable time for Heat 1. They ran this pretty hard. So Heat 2 will have to get moving if they want to have qualifiers outside of the top 5. Bailey says Wilma Nielsen and Sadie Engelhart are going 1-2 in the final. I could definitely see that happening. Wilma Nielsen is just the quintessential miler. All right, guys. So Elizabeth Whaley of Wake Forest, friend of the show, guest of the show, ran 4:08.5 to place 7th. So congrats to her. She has a chance of qualifying. We'll remember that time, 4:08.5. That will need to hold up against Heat 2. But our top 5 here, Rosemary Longisa, Sadie Engelhart, Wilma Nielsen, Tia Wilson, and the BYU athlete, Carly Hansen. So those are your top 5 from Heat 1. That was a great race, guys. There was, they weren't, I feel like the women tend to be a little more honest with the paces in the 1500 and mile. The men's races can be really tactical. But, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if some of these ladies PR'd just now, running as fast as they did, the race getting 1 in 4:06. So I'd say there's a good chance that the time qualifiers come out of Heat 1, but Heat 2 will be underway in just a second. We've got 2 Oregon Ducks in this one for the home team. At Hayward, it's Juliet Cherubet and Shalon El Yildiz. JF says somebody lost a shoe and someone else got left in the back. There was some contact pretty early on under review and several did get tripped up. Do you mean in Heat 1 of the 1500? I didn't see any of that. It wasn't super clear to me on camera, but based on what they're showing me on the ESPN broadcast. But man, maybe that happened. I do see it says under review. I can't hear anything they're saying though, so I don't know what the process of that review is. All in the games is Oregon needs all 3 of their women to make the final in the 1500 and give them points to give them a chance at the team title. Yeah, Oregon, they do rely on that trio of milers and 1500 meter runners here, and they're all contenders to score for sure. I'd say Wilma Nielsen, she is like just always the perennial favorite, and then Shalana Yildiz, she once held the mile record for the NCAA, so can never count her out. And We've got the young Salma Al-Badra of South Carolina in this heat. She's got a lot of talent, but not as much experience as someone like Shalana Yildiz and Wilma Nielsen, especially on this Oregon track. Speaking of young, inexperienced, Claire Stegall is in this second heat. She's the superstar freshman from Florida, and we are just seconds away from Heat 2, which is now underway. Claire Stegall takes things out fast, and they are charging down this opening backstretch, guys. Heat 2 is well aware of how fast Heat 1 was, and they want to put the pedal to the metal here, because if they are going to have time qualifiers in this heat, they have to get moving. So it's Haley Burns of NAU and Claire Stegall of Florida pushing this pace early, guys. Not holding back at all. All in the game says Salma will be dangerous. Yes, Salma Al-Badra of South Carolina has a lot of talent. Her tactics may not be as honed in at the national championship level as some of these veterans like the Oregon Ducks, Shalana Yildiz and Wilma Nielsen. But I would have to think Salma Al-Badra will find her way into the final for sure. All right, guys, so through 400 meters, they're around 67 seconds. So that's going to make it close. They're out fast, but they're going to need to keep pushing if they want to compete with the fast times out of Heat 1. Claire Stegall, the freshman from Florida, still leading this thing. Bold confidence from Florida's star freshman. And it looks like things are slowing down here now, as Claire Stegall looks like she does no longer want to lead. I don't think this second heat is going to be fast enough, guys. I think that Elizabeth Whaley's 4:08.5 is going to stand, and she will be qualified to the finals. All right, so 2 laps to go here in Heat 2 of the women's 1,500 meters. Things have slowed down just a little bit here, and I think that this race is going to become a top 5 go through. Everybody else, unfortunately, will not make it. But fortunate for the 6th and 7th place runners from Heat 1. Claire Stegall still in the lead, nobody wanting to take this thing, even as the pace has slowed. You know that going into this bell lap, they are definitely going to turn things up. Salma Al-Badra moving up on the outside. Juliet Cherabet moving up as well. So your top 3 right now going into the bell. It's going to be Claire Stegall, Juliet Cherabet, and Salma Al-Badra. Shalana Yildiz is back in 6th. She's going to have to navigate her way to the top 5 here. Haley Burns of NAU fighting to stay in it. And BYU's Carmen Alder moving up now. So Carmen Alder of BYU moving to the front with 200 meters to go. Claire Stegall still fighting. She's led this whole thing. Can she hold on for a top 5 spot? There's about 7 women still in the mix here. It's going to be close. Heading into the home stretch, it's Carmen Alder of BYU and both Oregon women looking like they will get through. NAU's Haley Burns getting a spot. Salma Al-Badra in the top 5 as well. Claire Stegall falls just out. So Claire Stegall does all the work in this race but ends up in 6th, and she will not qualify. Elizabeth Whaley out of Heat 1 gets the time qualifier, so our Kick alumni off to a great start with Elizabeth Whaley moving on to the final. So your top 5 out of Heat 2 are going to be Haley Burns, the 2 women from Oregon, Shalana Yildiz and Juliet Cherabet. Carmen Alder of BYU and Salma Al-Badra of South Carolina. Claire Stegall was still in third place going into the home stretch, but the Oregon women were able to move up just in time. Wow. Great 1,500 meter running in both heats here. JF says Stegall looks to be out. She is indeed out, unfortunately. Led the whole race here for Heat 2, but unfortunately it was not fast enough for there to be any time qualifiers out of Heat 2. She knew as she crossed the line, she put her face in her hands. Tough moment for Stegall there, but she is just a freshman. Congratulations to the qualifiers for the final in the women's 1,500 meters, including the kick's very own Elizabeth Whaley. So guys, Elizabeth Whaley of Wake Forest advances to the final in the 1,500 meters. She'll be joined by Rosemary Longisa, Sadie Engelhart, Wilma Nielsen, Tia Wilson, Carly Hansen, Immaculate Gematai, Haley Burns, Salma Al-Badra, Shalana Yildiz, Juliet Cherubet, and Carmen Alder. Those are your 1,500 meter athletes advancing to the finals. All three Oregon women make it through. Their experience shines here. Unfortunately, the inexperience of Florida's star freshman Claire Stegall does get the best of her as 5 women slide right in front of her at the last second. On the game says Stegall not making it is bad for Florida's team title chances. Yeah, they definitely were hoping to get some points out of Stegall in the 1,500 meters, but it will not be happening this year. So commercial break here. When we come back, it is going to be the 3K steeplechase, where Sophie Novak, the first woman to ever guest on the kick, she will be taking the line. So we'll be rooting for her, representing the Fighting Irish of Notre Dame, and seeing how the qualifiers play out for the 3K steeple. All right, guys, thank you for everybody who has tuned in so far today. We currently have 25 viewers here, and we are just getting started. We just had an exhilarating 1,500 meter semifinal round. A lot of the favorites do advance, but Claire Stegall does not. Elizabeth Whaley does advance, so go Demon Deacons there. Congrats to her. If you haven't listened to her podcast episode here on The Kick, definitely go do it before Saturday so you can get to know the underrated underdog Demon Deacon Elizabeth Whaley as she heads into her first NCAA finals appearance. JF says Engelhart runs a lot like Hawker. Get to the rail and often in a box but manages to get out. Yeah, she did do that in this prelim. She was just kind of hanging on the inside and around 4th, but she just trusted that she could stick with the pack and then close when she needed to, and that's exactly what she did to find her way into the finals. So that's great round running from Sadie Engelhart. A lot of times you see that running in rounds, you have to be very tactical, and a lot of the older, more experienced athletes tend to thrive in that way. But Sadie Engelhart is wise for her years. So Heat 1 of the women's steeplechase will feature Sydney Mascarelli of UNC. And we'll see if she's able to get herself into the final. Expected to for sure. don't believe that Sophie Novak is in Heat 1, but we'll get a better sense of that when they show all of the athletes. Caitlin Stewart Barnett, who has won the Big Ten steeplechase 3 times. She's representing the Michigan State Spartans in this 3K steeple, Heat 1. All right, so we are seconds away from Heat 1 of the women's steeplechase getting underway. And again, there are 2 heats of this 3K steeplechase. The top 5 in each heat will advance automatically, and then the next 2 best times. So we'll start things out here as the women are off. Sydney Mascarelli goes straight to the front. And let's see how these women choose to run this thing. Will it be tactical? Will it be fast? Everybody looks pretty relaxed to start. Nobody is looking to push the pace. Sydney Mascarelli of UNC leading this thing alongside the Michigan State athlete, Caitlin Stewart Barnett. And every woman in this field looks very relaxed as they make their way over another barrier. And by the looks of it, they are not interested in making this any kind of record-setting pace. Coming up after this, there is a very competitive Heat 2 of the women's steeplechase. Sophie Novak will be in that one, as well as Angelina Napoleon, 2 of the favorites to win this event in the final. Cynthia Gematai of Alabama is also in that next heat. So, honestly, it might be that this first heat is a little less stacked than the second heat, but that will give an opportunity to some of these women to qualify. So it is still Sydney Mascarelli leading Heat 1 of the 3K steeple, guys. Caitlin Stewart Barnett by her side, but every athlete is still in this thing. It's almost making me nervous how bunched up it is because, you know, in the steeplechase, when it's so claustrophobic, it can lead to falls. JF says this heat is going out real slow. Yeah, and I think it's because every woman in this field feels confident enough that they can be top 5. They don't have the heavy hitters in this heat like Sophie Novak and Angelina Napoleon. So I think these athletes are feeling like, hey, if I just stay relaxed, I can kick my way to a top 5 finish. But at this rate, there are only going to be 5 qualifiers out of this first heat because I think the second heat will definitely be able to go faster than this and snag 7 total qualifiers. All right, Sydney Mascarelli starting to open up a little bit of a gap here along with Caitlin Stewart Barnett of Michigan State. Virginia Tech's Julie Lindner is going to go with them, so a little bit of a gap opening up between the top 3 and the rest of the field. But it is 5 to 10 meters at most. And they will go to commercial break here a few minutes into the steeplechase. So they do tend to do that. They cut to the commercial breaks during the steeple. They also will do that multiple times during the 10K later, but gives us a chance to engage with the live chat. If you are here tuning in to the live stream here, appreciate you a lot. JF saying they picked it up about 950 pace at 1K. So relatively respectable, but won't be anything that Heat 1 can't top. Darren Peters says, we saw a similar attitude in the men's 10K last night, and only a few knew they could stand the hot pace. Yeah, the men's 10K yesterday was crazy, guys. Hampton Samuel just slowly progressing, and then with a mile to go, just slowed down tremendously. And his next 800 meters were so slow, but then he turned it back up for the final 800 meters. He was just 10 seconds off the meet record. He easily would have had it had he not slowed down so much with a mile to go. All in the Game says world champs now does top 6 from each semi. No longer uses time qualifiers for distance prelims. That definitely changes things. Absolutely changes things having the time qualifier aspect. All right, so as we start to gain a little momentum in this stream, guys, I think it's time to set a goal for subscribers tonight. I say 275 subscribers is a realistic, reasonable goal that we can earn over the next few hours. So remember, if you haven't subscribed, it's free to do so. It takes next to no time, and we'd really appreciate it. Helps our podcast and channel grow. So feel free to hit that subscribe button. And let's set that goal now of 275 subscribers by the end of the night. That would be great. Right now, it is the women's steeplechase Heat 1. They are still on commercial break, so we will return to the action soon. And we will be reacting to the final moments of Heat 1. All right, and we are back to the action at Hayward Field in Eugene, Oregon. They are 3 laps to go now here in Heat 1 of the women's steeplechase. It is still Sydney Mascarelli in the lead. So Sydney Mascarelli dictating the pace for this first heat. Caitlin Stewart Barnett happy to follow along with her. And it is Virginia Tech's Jewel Lindner who is following along with them. That is your top 3. I'm predicting that just 5 athletes will make it out of this first heat. So who will try to close that gap from this top 3? It looks like Idaho's athlete. That is Constance Pauli. She is moving up, and she is joining that top 3 and putting herself in a really good position as they approach 800 to go here. So the top 4 have opened up a bit of a gap, and that's the spot you want to be if you are trying to qualify. It is going to be a fight for 5th with a large chase pack behind them. So we are now 2 laps to go. 800 meters remain in this women's steeplechase Heat 1. It is Sydney Mascarelli, Caitlin Stewart Barnett, Jewel Lindner, and Constance Pauli. Those are your top 4. It'll be hard for anybody to catch them, but it will be a battle for 5th place to get that final auto cue. So Sydney Mascarelli, obviously a contender in this event in the finals, but she had it relatively not easy, but she had a positive, favorable draw for this first heat, not having to take on the likes of Sophie, Novak, and Angelina Napoleon in her prelim round. She has dictated the pace from the gun here, and she looks very cool, calm, and collected as she leads 3 other women here into the bell lap. Who will get that 5th spot? Right now, it looks like Georgetown's Barrett Justema is in the 5th place position, but she's got a pack of women right with her. So it is currently Sydney Mascarelli in the lead, Caitlin Stewart Barnett in second, Idaho's Constance Paoli in third, and Virginia Tech's Jewel Lindner in fourth. They get over the final water jump clean, and they will all be qualifying for the final of the women's steeplechase. But who will be joining them? A battle for fifth going down behind them. It looks like it'll be either BYU's Reagan Diamond or Georgetown's Barrett Justema. That is the battle for fifth here. And it looks like Justema of Georgetown will snag that fifth place spot. It's Virginia Tech's Jewel Lindner who ends up taking the win as Sydney Mascarelli eases off a little bit, conserving just a little bit for the finals, which will be going down on Saturday. And Barrett Justema of Georgetown is all smiles as she guarantees her spot in the finals. I don't think anybody beyond the top 5 out of that first heat will be qualifying. But heat 2 coming up in just a second. And we will have the ultimate celebrity of the kick, the most listened to guest we've ever had, Sophie Novak. That episode is the most popular we have on the channel. She will be taking the line next. Shaquana Simpson says, are you going to show the race? Just curious. Appreciate the kind tone, as a lot of people will often demand that I show it, call me crazy for not doing it. But believe me, I would show it if I could. Unfortunately, race footage cannot be shown on here. The live stream would get taken down due to copyright. So we do the best we can with a radio-like broadcast. I bring the energy, I bring the excitement, and I think one thing that takes this just a step up from your typical radio broadcast is that, well, for one thing, we do have some visuals. You know, it's nothing crazy, but we have some visuals. And beyond that, the live chat makes things really communal, and I love that about our live streams, is that everybody can chime in. We do polls. Maybe we should do a poll right now. But yeah, we get everybody engaged, and I appreciate you joining. If it's not for you, that's totally okay. But be sure to hit the like button on the way out. All right, guys, so Heat 2 of the women's steeple is about to get underway here. And they are now showing Sophie Novak of Notre Dame, who is, of course, our fan favorite. Was the first woman to ever guest on the kick here. So we'll be rooting for her. She'll be a favorite in the finals, but wanted to make sure that she gets through this prelim nice and safe. Angelina Napoleon also in this one. So a lot of the contenders for the win here in Heat 2. Moments away here from Heat 2 of the women's steeple getting underway. Starting a poll here. Have you listened to Sophie Novak's podcast? And women's steeple, Heat 2 is underway. Sophie Novak looking like she'll want to lead things, and she does. She goes right to the front. Angelina Napoleon right behind her. And they are out a lot faster than Heat 1 was. We'll see if that continues, but right now, a little more determination in the pacing here. All right, guys, so Sophie Novak leading the charge here. Highly anticipated 3K steeple appearance for the Notre Dame veteran. Just put up a poll in the chat if you've listened to Sophie's episode here on The Kick. It is our most listened to podcast. If you haven't listened to it, definitely do so before Saturday, when she will likely be taking on the finals in this 3K steeple. JF says this heat does look faster. Yeah, it's definitely a little bit faster. Sophie looks like she wants to make it a little bit more honest than that first heat was. And she does have some space for herself at the front here. She's accompanied by Angelina Napoleon. Hopefully she doesn't push it too hard, as we do want her to have enough left in the tank for Saturday for sure. All in the game says the steeple times are going to feel slow without Doris soloing a low 8:58 national record and dragging everyone else to fast times. Yeah, you know, the one thing about Doris, though, is she would just run away from everybody. So it was almost like she was in a race of her own. It could have the impact of having the women behind her running faster, but I would say it kind of was like her own race and everybody was racing for second. But really, really happy that the one bright side of Doris not contesting the steeple is that leaves the door open to someone like Sophie Novak. So Novak and Angelina Napoleon here going to be your 1-2 punch in these early stages of Heat 2 of the women's steeplechase. Taylor Lovell of BYU right there with them. So an unsurprising top three here. Honestly, that could be your top three in the final tomorrow. I don't think that would be out of the question to say that Novak, Napoleon, and Lovell could be your top three in the final. But Sydney Mascarelli obviously will be looking to mix it up with those top women. All right, so we have some people voting that they have indeed listened to Sophie's podcast episode on The Kick. So appreciate that. That was our first episode with a woman. It was our third episode ever on The Kick. So might have to do some scrolling back in the episode catalog to find that one, but it is a good one. And hey, if she becomes NCAA champion in the steeple, we might have to have her on for a repeat appearance. They have gone to commercial break here on the TV broadcast, so patiently awaiting them to return. JF, so you've brought up a couple times the 1500 is under review. Do you know exactly like who would be at risk of, like, are they saying they might disqualify someone, or is it more of like they would let somebody else in because they had their race messed up in some way? I really hope that Elizabeth Whaley is safe, because that was an awesome run for her. I think she set a PR to advance to the finals. But if you have any more information on that 1500, I think we'd all appreciate knowing what's going on with that. So still a commercial break for Heat 2 of the women's steeple. Hopefully when they return, not much has changed and there haven't been any falls. All right, so some more information. JF says, someone has said Alder made an aggressive move and somehow Mosley got tripped up and he won. All right. We'll have to see. Hopefully no DQs. But yes, so All in the Game says there's a protest. So it's probably the coach of someone who didn't end up making it protesting. We'll see how that goes. Those can take some time. Okay, so Mosley has lodged a protest. All right. Well, sometimes they'll, let somebody who is protesting, they'll let them into the final without kicking anybody out. Okay, so they did do a review and no changes were made, and now there's a protest. All right, so definitely they are fighting for their athletes right in the final. We'll see how that ends up. All right, they are back to the action here at Hayward Field. And we have the last few laps of Heat 2 of the women's steeple here to enjoy now. Sophie Novak still in the lead with Angelina Napoleon. BYU's Taylor Lovell in third. And two athletes have moved up into that top five, pretty close behind them. It's an athlete from Alabama and West Virginia. So that is Cynthia Gemitai and Mercy Kinyanjui. So those are your top five right now, separated from the rest of the field. Those 6th and 7th place runners are really going to have to work to make sure that they maintain a pace that will get them a time qualifier. So Sophie Novak still leading this thing. So great to see her looking so confident in control. I met her 2 years ago at the NCAA Championships, and she was the second fastest steepler on her team behind Olivia Markovic, but now she is Notre Dame's best. All right, so Heat 2 of the women's steeple, the top five has separated themselves. They will all get the big cue to advance automatically to the final, but the women working in the chase pack behind them will have to work to make sure that their time is fast enough. They will have to beat 9:45, which was 6th place out of Heat 1. Final lap here of the women's steeplechase, Heat 2. Angelina Napoleon makes a big move to take the lead. We'll see if Sophie Novak really cares to respond. Again, all that matters here is advancing. But Sophie looks like she does want to take the lead back. Two big-time competitors here. Even though it is a semifinal round, they like to be in front. 200 meters to go here in Heat 2 of the women's steeplechase semifinal. It's been Sophie Novak and Angelina Napoleon all race. And over the final water jump, they remain the leaders. Heat 2 here is a lot faster than Heat 1, so there will be likely 2 time qualifiers in this heat. But at the front, the top 4 women are cruising into the finish here and punching their ticket into the finals. Sophie Novak, the first woman to ever guest on the kick, will be competing for an NCAA title on Saturday in the 3K steeplechase. She will be joined by Cynthia Gemitai, Angelina Napoleon, BYU's Taylor Lovell, and now let's see who gets those little cues to advance to the final. They will both be from this heat. Again, this heat was a lot faster than the first heat. So really nice to see Sophie Novak advance, Angelina Napoleon, all of them smiling across the line. All right, so it will be Kate Putman Actually, this is close, guys. Kate Putman and Katrina Schlenker were 6th and 7th in that second heat, but I think only Kate Putman's time is enough to get her a little cue. So Reagan Diamond out of heat 1 will actually advance to the final by less than a second difference. Yeah, so Reagan Diamond out of heat 1 does get the little cue. Kate Putman. Wow, so 9:45 was the time. They were all within that range within a second. Sometimes that's how close it is. JF says Napoleon looked a lot better here than at ACC Championship. Yeah, well, it's hard to say in the semifinals because they are running, not as fast as their PRs. So women like Napoleon and Novak are going to look relatively comfortable at that pace. But then again, the final could always be tactical as well, so you never know. Definitely those top women, Angelina Napoleon, Sophie Novak, Taylor Lovell, they all looked very comfortable. Cynthia Gemitai as well. So that is a wrap for the women's 3K steeple. Kick alumni are now 2 for 2, guys, and advancing into Saturday's final. First, we had Elizabeth Whaley of Wake Forest advance in the 1500. And now we have Sophie Novak advancing in the steeplechase. So the kick is on fire. And I, for one, couldn't be happier and prouder. That's awesome. All right, so next event on the track is going to be the 100-meter hurdles. That is scheduled to go off in 1 minute. We are on commercial break right now. But when we return, do you think we'll see a world record today, guys? We saw a world record in this event on the men's side yesterday. That was quite shocking. Not something you typically see at an NCAA championship, especially in a semifinal round. So all in the game says the protest failed. JF says it's official, no changes. Okay, so all the protesting that was going on for the 1500 was unsuccessful. Darren said Kate Putman is on the bubble of this steeplechase. Yeah, she was on the bubble, but she made it. By less than a second difference, she does make her way into the final. JF says Napoleon was second in ACC in 9:43 and looked like it was hard. Today was faster and looked easy. Okay, true, yeah. I was paying more attention to Sophie Novak when she took that win at ACC's. But I wasn't 100% sure what the time was for Napoleon's second place finish. So that is good to see Napoleon looking a little bit more comfortable at a faster pace today. That is a good sign for her. Now, I think we've got a competitive 3K steeple in the works here. Obviously, no Doris Lemongole, but that gives us a chance to really hone in on some of these other athletes, as it is for the first time in a couple of years, it is not going to be the Doris Lemongole show in the steeplechase. Yeah, Darren Peters says 12.12 women's 100-meter hurdles is not likely this weekend. Yeah, I would say not likely that we will see a world record go down in the women's 100-meter hurdles. That was quite the anomaly in the men's races yesterday. I don't think anybody could have predicted that, including Jacoby Tharp himself. So for the 100-meter hurdles, maybe the meet record is a little bit more in range. 12.39. That was set back in 2013. A tough record to beat, but you never know. There are some really talented hurdlers this year. I'm not as familiar with the sprint and hurdle events, but I know that Oregon has an athlete that they are counting on for some big-time points. Leah McCormick of the Oregon Ducks, the home squad, definitely looking to make a statement in the 100-meter hurdles. So she will be competing in this first round. Fun fact from JF says Putman has PR'd every time she raced the steeple this year. That's pretty awesome. Not easy to do at her level, but that is a really encouraging stat for her to hopefully continue that trajectory. Aisha Johnson says, Tashina Alace. Shout out to Tashina Alace. She will be in the 100-meter hurdles coming up. She is in the final heat, the third and final heat. So we will see how she does. She is one of the favorites as well, coming in with a personal record of 12.64. So thank you for tuning in, Aisha Johnson. On the game says Masai Russell is running this weekend's LA Grand Prix, so women's 100-meter hurdles is actually on World Record Watch. Yeah, maybe in that meet it'll be on World Record Watch. Masai Russell has the NCAA record from back in her Kentucky Wildcat days, and we'll see if she could get a world record in LA. All right, so we are back to the action in Eugene with the women's 100-meter hurdles coming up. All right, so women's 100-meter hurdles set to go off now. It is heat 1. The women are taking their marks. Again, there are 3 heats. The top 2 athletes from each heat will advance. Beyond that, it'll be the next 3 fastest times. So in heat 1 here, we have 2 Kentucky Wildcats who will both be looking to find their way to the finals. Emmy Scales, perhaps the favorite here in this first heat. The women are on their marks. Starter. They are set. And they are off here. Heat 1. Women's 100-meter hurdles. Kentucky athletes both look strong here. They could get the 2 big cues, but no, it is just going to be one of them, followed by UCLA athlete Celeste Polzanetti. Emmy Scales of Kentucky delivers on her high expectations to win this first heat. So following in Masai Russell's footsteps in this event, today's current Kentucky star, Emmy Scales, runs 12.72 to win heat 1 of the 100-meter hurdles. UCLA's Celeste Polzanetti takes second, and those are your 2 auto qualifiers for the final. 100 hurdles is such a fun event to watch. These athletes are just incredible. Such a clean race here. You don't see any hurdles getting bumped or moved. Just so textbook. So congrats to Emmy Scales of Kentucky punching her ticket along with Celeste Polzanetti. We'll see how the times hold up. Third place in this heat was Samoria Adkins of Texas Tech running 12.84. So we'll see if that time holds up against the upcoming heats. We have 2 more to go here. On the game says Messiah's already run 12.14 this year, not far off the 12.12 world record. Yeah, I mean, that is clearly right there. Just 0.02 of a second away. I think it is any given day, Masai Russell could take that world record. On the game says Emmy Scales is currently one of Masai's training partners. How cool is that? Fun fact there. Of course, Masai Russell, an alum of the Kentucky Wildcats, and now this generation's Emmy Scales, following in her footsteps. I'm sure she has learned a lot from Masai Russell. All right, guys, so heat 2 of the women's 100-meter hurdles now lining up, and the athletes are being introduced. The big-time favorite here being Aaliyah McCormick of the hometown Ducks. She receives a standing ovation here at Hayward Field as these fans in Eugene are Excited to watch one of their top athletes compete here and presumably punch her ticket to the finals. She has the fastest PR coming into today with a 12.43. And she is taking a deep breath and mouthing words to herself right now as she focuses in on the task at hand. Darren Peters says that an Italian record was just set out of Heat 1. That was Celeste Polzanetti of UCLA. Congrats to her. She snagged that national record. That's pretty darn cool. All right, and we are just seconds away here from Heat 2 with 100-meter hurdles popping off. Again, 2 qualifiers from each heat, and then the next 3 best times. Headliner for this heat is Oregon's very own Aaliyah McCormick. Let's see if she's able to have a clean and successful race to get to the finals. The women take their marks. And the women are set. And they are off. Very tight race through halfway. No separation has been created yet. Aaliyah McCormick now doing some work to extend a bit of a gap, and she will have the lead going into the finish. She takes the win and comfortably takes this second heat. Aaliyah McCormick runs 12.58 to win this heat. So heat 2 belongs to Aaliyah McCormick. The crowd on their feet for her as she waves to her home fans here at Hayward Field. Now I'll be close. Who was second here? Such a tight race. Lead only really extended over the last 2 hurdles, and a strong push to the finish after the last hurdle for McCormick. So Janella Spencer of The Ohio State University takes second in Heat 2, so she will punch her ticket with a season best 12.77. So out of Heat 2, it is Aaliyah McCormick of Oregon and Janella Spencer of The Ohio State University. In third place, it was Rachel Maringer of Indiana State with a 12.79, so that time will give her a very good chance of advancing to the final. Right now, that is your fastest time outside of the auto qualifiers, with Heat 3 coming up in just a moment. Track Boy says, what channel are they racing on? I swear track and field gets disrespected. This needs to be on regular TV or ESPN or something. Yes, so it is on ESPN2. That is the broadcast that I am watching. Not everybody has access to ESPN2, so I am happy to be able to provide live radio-like commentary for those who cannot watch it. And then a lot of people are watching the broadcast but are utilizing this stream as a second screen companion. So I really appreciate any of our viewers, whether they are just listening in to kind of participate in our live chat, or if they are using this as their live results of the meet. But yes, Track Boy, this is on ESPN2. If you have access to that, definitely check out ESPN2. And if you choose to head out of our live stream, please hit the like button on the way out. Appreciate you being here. But I know a lot of people who were here yesterday for the Men's Day one were saying that they enjoyed kind of the community of this live stream and being able to talk track in the chat while watching. Olivia 2120 says, just joined, excited. Thank you, Olivia, for joining. We've got the 100-meter hurdles on the track right now. We are through 2 heats with 1 heat remaining. And We have had some really successful performances from our kick alumni today. For those of you just joining, the kick is 2 for 2 with women advancing to the finals. We had Elizabeth Whaley first up in the 1500 meters. She advances to the finals on Saturday with a great run in PR in the 1500. Her episode was last month here on the channel. And then our first woman we ever had on the podcast, Sophie Novak, she advances to the finals in the steeplechase. So we are 2 for 2. The runners are now set on the track for the 100-meter hurdles, Heat 3. I know we have somebody in the chat who is rooting for an athlete in this heat. Let's see how it'll all turn out. It is a close one. This is the closest contested race yet. No runaway winner in this one. Let's see if Tashina Alice was able to advance. It looks like she does. She takes the win in a close one, 12.9. So Tashina finds her way into the final with a very close win in this third heat. Olivia 2120 says, straight from pickleball to the live stream. What a day you're having. That sounds like fun. First pickleball, then track and field. Does it get much better than that? Appreciate your viewership here. So heat 3 was the closest of the 3 heats. It was also the slowest of the 3 heats. So I believe only 2 athletes from this third heat will advance. We'll have to see how it ended up. But I know a fan of the Southern University athlete in this heat. I know there's a fan in the chat, so congrats to your friend Tashina who makes it. Jaya Covington of Texas A&M snags the second place spot with the exact same time. They both ran 12.90. So advancing the finals, it's going to be Aaliyah McCormick, Emmy Scales, the 2 favorites in the event, presumably. I think it will be one of those 2 women favored to win on Saturday. But they will be joined by Celeste Polzanetti, who set the Italian national record in that semifinal. Janella Spencer of The Ohio State University. Rachel Maringer of Indiana State. Samoria Adkins of Texas Tech. Tony Ann Forbes of Texas Tech as well. And then out of the final heat, just 2 big Qs. Tashina Alice and Jaya Covington. So congrats to those advancing in the 100-meter hurdles. And we have the 100 meters with no barriers coming up next after this commercial break on the TV broadcast. Checking in with the live chat now. All in the game says UGA freshman Taylor Cox, who ran 12.89 in semi 2, misses out. Yeah, just by a little bit. She actually ran faster. She would have won. That time would have won heat 3, but it does not get her into the final. So that is a tough one for the Georgia freshman and a tough one for the Georgia women's team, who is looking to take away the team title at this meet. DeMello of Oregon does not qualify. She was NCAA number 5 this year. So a little bit of a surprise there for the home team. But I think the Ducks have to be happy with Aaliyah McCormick winning in such convincing fashion, the fastest time of the day. They're looking to get 10 points from her on Saturday. All right, guys, so our goal again for today's stream is to hit 275 subscribers. It's free to do, so subscribe if it's your vibe. We are up to 253 subs, so thank you for those who have subscribed tonight. We will be live for the remainder of day 2 of this NCAA Outdoor Championships. And we have the 10K final coming up, the one final contested event today, featuring Jane Hedegren, Pamela Kosgei, and of course, our very own kick alum, Jadyn Keeler. So that will be an exciting one. But right now, they have cleared the track of hurdles and are preparing for the 100-meter dash here. A lot of big names in this 100-meter field. All in the game says Oregon will like that UGA doesn't have someone in that final because of the team title battle. Definitely, Oregon has to like when Georgia does not get someone to the final, as those teams are definitely competing on the women's side. So Brianna Selby of USC is in this first heat. She is one of the favorites in this event. I know that. She's actually featured on screen now if you're looking. She is the athlete on the far left there. So Brianna Selby looking to advance to the final in the 100 meters. She won the Big Ten Outdoor 100-meter title this year, just a few weeks ago. But she has the other favorite in this first heat with her, Adasia Hodge of Georgia, one of the bigger names in this event. So heat one is a stacked field here. Wouldn't want to be one of the athletes trying to advance over Adasia Hodge. This will be a tough one. Again, 100-meter dash, it is top two in each heat, and then the next three best times. So having a heat with Brianna Selby and Adasia Hodge is tough. They are your two fastest entries in this year's rendition of the 100-meter dash. Jamesia Ford of South Carolina is another big name in this first heat, but she will have her hands full with Brianna Selby and Adasia Hodge. One of those three will have to rely on a time qualifier if they are going to advance, as there are only two auto qualifiers from each heat. All right, so the women are taking their marks now for heat one of the women's 100-meter dash. All in the game says this will be so tough to make the 100-meter final. I agree. Not the heat that you want to be in if you are looking to get to the finals. But maybe there's a chance that all three time qualifiers could come from this heat. So as many as 5 athletes can make it out of a heat to the finals. And we are off here. Adasia Hodge off to a blazing start. She is going to be well ahead of this field in a commanding win. Georgia's Adasia Hodge dominates heat one of the women's 100. It is close behind her for second. It looked like, well, let's wait for confirmation here. They are currently just showing Adasia Hodge post-race. It was so hard to tell who snagged second. Did Brianna Selby get the second qualifier? Was it Jamesia Ford? Waiting for confirmation here. They are re-showing the race in slow motion. It is so close. So one thing is for sure, Adasia Hodge dominated this race. And it looks like it was actually LSU's Shanti Jackson who took second. Incredibly impressive run from the LSU athlete. So those are your two auto qualifiers. Brianna Selby will have to await the next two heats to be run to see if she'll advance, as well as Dana Wilson and Jamesia Ford, who is back in fifth. So Adasia Hodge runs 10.63 to win. In second, it was Shanti Jackson of LSU. Those are your two auto qualifiers. Behind them, it's Brianna Selby, Dana Wilson, and Jamesia Ford. Those three women will have to rely on a time qualifier. They ran 10.94, 11.01, and 11.02 respectively. Yeah, All in the Game says that is just a brutal heat. Yeah, I mean, that was a stacked first semifinal heat. Leslie Knoll says, good night all. Wow, this first heat is almost a final given the names. Yeah, that basically was a finals-worthy heat. Thanks for tuning in, Leslie. JF says, Hodge, new current record. I mean, she ran 10.63. That's a NCAA record, right? The previous record would have been Sha'Carri Richardson, and I think she was 10.75. So wasn't even thinking about that, but that's huge. NCAA record set in that first heat of the women's 100 meters. Congrats to Adeja Hodge, running 10.63 to take down Sha'Carri Richardson's 10.75 record. And 10.63 is now number 5 all time, even outside of the NCAA. That's crazy. Leslie Knowles says, glad to be here. Appreciate it. Well, that's crazy. NCAA record goes down. Adeja Hodge. Georgia's got to like that. Georgia relying on the 100 for a lot of points, not just from Hodge, but also from Jasani Carter, who will be in Heat 2 of the women's 100 meters. Cameron Dixon of Texas A&M is in Heat 2 as well. So a lot of big names in this one too. It's just a very competitive year for the women's 100 meters here in the NCAA. Gabrielle Matthews looking to represent Florida and keep them in this team title race here in Heat 2. So we are just moments away as the women take their marks for Heat 2 of the women's 100. Rasadek says, go Dogs. I agree with you there, but my version of Dogs is the Boston University Terriers, my alma mater. But we'll say go Dogs for the Georgia squad as well. Fair enough, fair enough. All right, off to the races here is Heat 2. And it looks like Florida is going to win. So a strong race from Gabrielle Matthews of Florida, the senior, showing her experience here and taking the win to qualify for the finals on Saturday. She runs 11.02, which is going to make things very interesting for those Heat 1 athletes, as nobody in Heat 2 runs faster than the 3rd, 4th, and 5th place finishers from that first heat. So their little cues remain in play. So first place was Gabrielle Matthews of Florida, and I think second is going to be Texas A&M's Cameron Dixon as your two big cues from Heat 2. Actually, Alicia Burnett sneaks in there with an 11.03, Ole Miss athlete. So Cameron Dixon is not going to advance to the finals. Out of Heat 2, it is just the two auto qualifiers. And that is going to be Gabrielle Matthews and Alicia Burnett. So out of Heat 2, Jasani Carter and Cameron Dixon, both two of the big names, they will not be making it to the final. Objectivity says, how many of those times behind Hodge were PB? In Heat 1, how many people set a PR? Well, Hodge definitely did, as she set the NCAA record. Behind her, though, they weren't very close, so I don't know how many PRs went down behind her. But let's check on that. Shanti Jackson of LSU was second. She does set a PR in 10.88. Dana Wilson of Tennessee, she ran a PR of 11.01. And those are your PRs from that first heat. So Heat 3 of the women's 100 is about to get rolling. Yeah, all in the game says Jasani Carter surprisingly flopped. You never know. These races in the sprints, they're so technical, anything can happen. But unfortunate for Carter. All right, so heat 3 here. Shanice Walker of Florida State, the headliner in this third heat. She'll be looking to advance here for sure. And we'll see how the rest of the field ends up. All right, the women are on their marks. They are set and they are off. Florida State Shanice Walker doesn't have the best start, but she is already recovering from that, and she will take the win in this third heat to punch her ticket to the final. So FSU's Shanice Walker runs 10.94 to win heat 3 of the women's 100. And she immediately walks off the track and in the tunnel. She is all business. And we will have the official field for the finals in just a second. So our qualifiers out of heat 3 are Shanice Walker of Florida State and Tima Godbless of LSU. They are going to be the only athletes who qualify out of heat 3, as the 3 little Qs from heat 1 all survive. So that does mean that Jamesia Ford will advance after coming in 5th place in heat 1. So advancing to the final, it's Adasia Hodge of Georgia, Shanti Jackson of LSU, Shanice Walker of Florida State, Gabrielle Matthews of Florida, Alicia Burnett of Ole Miss, Jamesia Ford of South Carolina, and Tima Godbless of LSU. As the 100 meters is all wrapped up now, let's check back in with the chat before these 400-meter heats begin. All in the game says India Mayberry just hasn't lived up to her really good freshman year. Cody Mills says 10.63 is genuinely nuts. Melissa Jefferson Wooden ran 10.61 to win Worlds last year. Yeah, that is a crazy time that Hodge just threw down. Rasa Deck says, I think India's injury threw her off her mental game. All in the game says LSU ends up with 2 in the final, only team to do so. So really big moment for LSU to get 2 women in the 100-meter final. I don't know that a lot of people expected LSU to be the team to do that, but that is huge for them. Does LSU have a shot at the team title? Didn't expect that to be the case, but maybe so. Rasa says Jamesia survived in advance. Oof, yeah, that was close. Coming in 5th place in heat 1 usually doesn't get you into the final, but heat 1 was just so stacked that in this case it did. So next up will be the 400 meters, followed by the 800, and well, you guys have the schedule on screen. But the one final event that will be contested tonight is the women's 10K. So excited to see how that will go down. Again, we are on commercial break here before the 400s. If you're new here, this is the Kick or Runners Podcast. I'm your host, Will Loggia. Love running, I love a good kick. And on the channel here, we have 20 episodes of podcasts with guests. And these guests are from every corner of the sport. We've had conversations with NCAA champions. We've had conversations with NCAA record holders. We've had conversations with just about every corner of the sport. Some great stories. So scroll through our 20 episodes and see if there is one that you're interested in. And feel free to give us a listen. You can listen here on YouTube. You can also check us out on Spotify or Apple Podcasts. That's what we do here on The Kick. And we also go live for some of these big meets. So thank you for joining us here tonight. We have 56 people here watching right now as we are in between the 100 and 400. In just about 1 minute, the women's 400 meters will be on the track, and it will be time to see who is going to the finals on Saturday. Feel free to give us a like and give us a subscribe. Debbie Combs says, hi, y'all. Thank you for your chat. Getting the live chat popping is just so much fun. And last night we had a great live chat going for the men's day. Let's see if we can top it here today. Checking our analytics here, we have had 853 people tune in throughout the night. We currently have 47 people tuned in. So thank you all for joining. And the women's 400 meters is now taking the track. Heat 1 of 3 heats here for the women's 400. Heat 1 will feature the fastest 400 meter runner thus far this season for the women. And that is, of course, Jadyn Oakley of Georgia, who has run a 48.92, a ridiculous time. So the Georgia senior will be looking to smoothly advance to the final here, and then we'll definitely be chasing an NCAA title on Saturday. This first heat also features Rachel Joseph of Iowa State and Sonaria Butler of Arkansas, who is the only other woman in this first heat who has run under 50 seconds. So Oakley and Butler are the two favorites for this heat, but we'll see how it all plays out. Again, top 2 will advance to the final automatically. Beyond that, it is the next 3 best times across the 3 heats. Olivia says 400 goes crazy. Yeah, it's a great event. 1 lap around the outdoor oval. It's a fun one. Live Feed TV says tuned in from Vietnam. The Live Feed TV, appreciate you tuning in. Thanks for joining us here. We do have an international crowd here on the kick, global audience, so that's a really cool aspect of our show. All in the Game says all those women in the 100 meter final, deep down they're competing for second after Hodge's ridiculous 10.63. Yeah, I mean, if Hodge can do something like that again on Saturday, she will be the undisputed, unmatched, and unchallenged champion of the 100 meter. Rasa says, let's go D. Yeah, so Oakley, the headliner of this women's 400 meters, and she is now in the blocks as heat 1 of the 400 meters for these women is about to pop off. This is going to be a good one, folks. 2 advance automatically. Oakley and Butler, the heavy favorites. But Rachel Joseph of Iowa State, definitely a name to watch out for. Runners are set, and they are off. Heat 1 of the women's 400 meters semifinal is underway here in Eugene, Oregon for the 2026 NCAA Outdoor Track Championships. 2 women in this first heat have run under 50 seconds. We'll see how fast they choose to make it here in this semifinal round. Georgia's Oakley is way out in front, guys. She is leaving this up to no chances. She is not taking any chances as Georgia's senior Jadyn Oakley just in total control of this race. She is running away with it, but let's see what happens behind her. Sonaria Butler and Rachel Joseph in a battle for second. Who will it be? It looks like the Arkansas Razorback, Sonaria Butler, will deliver and place second. So just as we expected in this first heat, it is Oakley taking the win in a commanding 49.93. She dips under 50 seconds in the semifinal. Not something you see every day. And she honestly looks quite relaxed in doing so. She could be due for a PR in the finals on Saturday, making sub 50 look so easy here in heat 1 of the semifinals. So congratulations to Oakley of Georgia winning that first heat. A good battle behind her for second. Ends up favoring Sanaria Butler of Arkansas. Rachel Joseph runs 50.97 for third. Definitely a chance that that time holds up to get her a time qualifier, but we will have to see how these next two heats go. Rasa says Rachel is a sleeper. Yeah, Rachel Joseph definitely went for it there. Nearly was able to catch Butler, but runs 50.97 for third, a time that definitely could earn her a spot in the final. Rasa Deck says, I think Nikisha Price's current record is on borrowed time. Yeah. So her Price's record set just a couple years ago, 48.89. I think that definitely could go down, and I think that Oakley of Georgia is the woman to do it. She just made a sub 50 look so easy. So we shall see. Let's get a poll going here about just that. Let's get a poll going here for that 400 record. All right, guys. Will Eugenia Oakley set the 400 meter NCAA 400 meter record on Saturday? So that record was 48.89. Poll is up. Let's see if people think that that record might go down. Already some votes coming in saying yes, the 400 meter record will go down on Saturday. I think there is a good chance, but it won't be easy. All right, so heat 2 of the women's 400 is on the track now. They're in the blocks and about to get started here. This second heat features Madison White of USC. She boasts a sub 50 PR of 49.64. Florida's Quincy Penn is in this heat as well, looking to get some more points for the Gators by punching a ticket to the final and putting herself in a good position to score. These ladies are off, and let's see how fast this second heat will be. As they come around the final turn, we're going to get a good idea of this stagger. It's a close one. Madison White of USC looks to have the lead, and she does, but barely. Will she hold on? I believe she will. Valcourt of Tennessee challenging her, and those are your top two out of this heat. It is Madison White and Javonia Valcourt going 1-2. They get the auto cues from this heat, and I think that'll be it from this heat. Not fast enough to get the time qualifiers. Madison White runs 50.73 for the win. Javonia Valcourt right behind her. So Rachel Joseph still safe here out of heat 1 with her time. It looks like Braylon Baker of Duke does sneak in with a 51.15. And Quincy Penn of Florida with a 51.33. Unlikely that that time will hold as a time qualifier with heat 3 coming up, but there is a chance. So right now it's Oakley, Butler, White, Valcourt with the big Qs. Rachel Joseph in a good spot with her 50.97 to qualify on time. Looking at our poll, the vast majority of our viewers do think that the 400 meter record is going to go down here at Saturday's competition. Leslie Knoll says, or Rasa says, high of 86 and sunny. Is that today's temperature or Saturday? Or, yeah, Saturday. So Saturday's supposed to be warmer, so that's better for sprinters. Yeah, I mean, it's better for like, I'd say the 200 down. For the 400, the heat can get to you. But not as much as it does in the distance events, that's for sure. Cody Mills says, gotta head out, but appreciate the live. I'll listen in a bit later, but won't be in chat. Okay, appreciate you, Cody Mills. Thank you so much for joining. Hopefully you're able to join back for the 10K final later. I think that is going to be electric. And I think that is when we will hit peak viewership here on the Kick. Let's see if we can top yesterday's stream. We had a lot of viewers in for that 10K on the men's side yesterday. But I think the women's meet has the potential to top it. We have just surpassed 1,000 total viewers here tonight. So people tuning in and out for the last 2 hours. And we currently have 54 viewers here. So thank you for joining and listening along. We have one more heat of the women's 400 here coming up in just a few seconds. And then we will be moving on to the 800, highly anticipated 800 semifinal. All right, so heat 3 of the women's 400 is just moments away here. In this third heat, the big name is Kaylin Brown of Arkansas. The Razorback Junior has a PR of 49.13. So we'll see if she's able to run a solid semifinal here. All signs point to yes. Women are on their marks here for heat 3 of the women's 400. Runners are set and they are off here. Last heat of the women's 400 meter semifinal. So Kaylin Brown of Arkansas looks to be off to a great start. She's in lane 6 and she has already passed everybody on this stagger. She is flying on the final turn. Kaylin Brown might have to hit the brakes a little bit. She is so far ahead of this field and she might want to conserve energy for the finals. But it is Boston College's Sydney Sagala making a big move, and she'll actually pass Brown, who lets her, as she goes to the finish. So it is Sydney Sagala of Boston College, my old rival school. BU and BC don't get along, but shout out to Sydney Sagala of Boston College running 50.31 to take the win. Kaylin Brown just coasts in that final home stretch to get second place and the auto cue. Kaylin Brown is all smiles. She was able to just conserve energy on that home stretch. She knows that she will be a big threat to win the final on Saturday. But Sydney Sagala of Boston College runs a strong semifinal here to get her auto cue. So advancing to the final, it's Jadyn Oakley of Georgia, Sydney Sagala of Boston College, Sanaria Butler and Kaylin Brown of Arkansas, Madison White of USC, Javon Valcourt of Tennessee. Rachel Joseph hangs on with a little cue from Iowa State. And then Anya Oninye Favor of Southeastern Louisiana. I don't even know. She gets through along with Braylon Baker of Duke. Let me check the school here. SE Louisiana. Southeastern Louisiana University. Shout out to them. Not a school I'm familiar with, but they have a woman in the 400 meter final. JF says 800 is another loaded event. Yes, it is. If you haven't noticed by now, I know the 800 and up a lot better than the other events. I come from a distance background, so I'm a little biased in that way. But I do my best with the sprints. But yeah, definitely 800 is super exciting. And that is coming up in just a minute here as they have gone to commercial break on the TV broadcast. Women's 800 is up next. Heat 1 of the women's 800 will have Haley Kitching of Penn State, Rosemary Arthur of Iowa, Georgia Scott of TCU, Juliet Whitaker of Stanford. She is a veteran of the 800. Veronica Hargrave of Indiana, Judy Kosgei of Clemson, Fanny Arendt of Texas Tech, and Jadyn Hill of Vanderbilt. So a pretty solid Heat 1 of the women's 800. I think Haley Kitching and Juliet Whitaker have to be your favorites to be the two auto cues, but Veronica Hargrave of Indiana has had a great season. Those three athletes are all under 2 minutes this season. Haley Kitching, I think, is going to be a threat to win the whole thing here. She got tripped up on the indoor oval during NCAA's, and we were live for that, and that was just a tough thing to watch. She tripped up and fell during the 800, tried to get back in it, worked really hard, almost got herself back in it. But I know that she is really hungry for redemption here at the Outdoor Championships. All in the Game says, is it Sanu Jallo's race to lose? She's definitely one of the contenders, but I don't think she is so far and away the favorite that it's her race to lose. Leslie Knowles says, it would be interesting to see how close Hodge will come to the world record, given she ran 10.63 in the semis. I'll give her 10.54 to tie Elaine Thompson-Herah. All right. You have made your prediction. I mean, it's hard to imagine Hodge going faster than she did in the semis there with her 10.63, but I mean, you never know, I guess. Can you imagine? What about Jacoby Tharp in the men's 110 hurdles? Do you think he'll break his own world record? I don't know. That would be crazy. All right, so 800 meters on the track now. We are just seconds away from the 800s getting underway. Again, in this first heat, Haley Kitching, Juliet Whitaker, Veronica Hargrave. It's going to be a good one. Who will be the top two who auto queue? All right. Women's 800 meter prelims, Heat 1. Just moments away from popping off here. We're just awaiting the starter. The meet has been a lot more on time today than it was yesterday. They felt like 25 minutes behind yesterday, but they're like 1 or 2 minutes behind here today. So we'll take that. We will take that any day. But they are, for some reason, paused here on the women's 800. See when they are able to get this thing started. And as soon as they get this women's 800 Heat 1 underway, we are going to be going crazy to see how this thing goes down. All right. So the meet record in the 800 was set last year. I was there. Roisin Willis of Stanford set the record. I interviewed her afterwards. That was awesome. Could go down this season. We will see. So the athletes are taking their marks now here in Heat 1 of the women's 800 meters. Who do you guys got for this first prelim? Who do you think will be the two auto qualifiers. I'm going to say Juliet Whitaker and Haley Kitching. But don't sleep on Veronica Hargrave either. The starter holds up a green card after a little bit of a jumpy start there. So no false start, no disqualification, and they will reset. The runners are set. And at long last, this first heat of the women's 800 is underway. Just a few minutes behind here now in the meet. That's okay. And on the one-turn stagger, Haley Kitching finds her way to the front along with Juliet Whitaker. So no surprise there. The top two athletes being Haley Kitching of Penn State and Juliet Whitaker of Stanford, leading early here. And Kitching looks to make this thing honest. So she is taking this thing out relatively fast. Judy Kosgei is in third, followed by Indiana's Veronica Hargrave as they approach the bell lap here. Haley Kitching going to take this first heat through pretty fast. They are 57 low for the first 400 meters. Haley Kitching leads this field. Juliet Whitaker behind. They both look smooth. So does Veronica Hargrave in third. Something's got to give here, though. There can only be two in the top two. Hargrave looking to make a move. Can't find her way around Whitaker. So it's Haley Kitching in the lead. Juliet Whitaker in second. Hargrave gets pushed back. Cannot get around. 200 meters to go in heat one of the women's 800 meters semifinal. It's Haley Kitching and Juliet Whitaker at the front. It does not look like they will be caught or passed. Veronica Hargrave has tried to find her way into that top two. She might not need to, though, with how fast this first heat is looking to be. They look like they will be under 2 minutes in this semifinal. So it's Haley Kitching holding on to the lead here. Juliet Whitaker securing her spot with the big Q with second place. Hargrave comes in third, so she will have to rely on her time to qualify for her. But it was Haley Kitching taking the win. She runs under 2 minutes with a 1:59.46. I believe Whitaker also got under 2. Haley Kitching was not going to take any chances after her unfortunate indoor NCAA championship when she fell and did not advance to the final. She leads wire to wire in this first heat to make certain that she will be contesting the final on Saturday. So congrats to Haley Kitching of Penn State, the Nittany Lions 800U. Juliet Whitaker runs a smooth second place. So just as we expected here, Veronica Hargrave did fight to try to get her spot in the top two, but those two women in the front just did not let it happen. So Haley Kitching runs 1:59.46 for the win. Juliet Whitaker right behind with 1:59.92. Those are your two auto qualifiers and your two ladies under 2 minutes. Veronica Hargrave of Indiana runs 2:03. She will have a chance at advancing on time, but let's see how these next two heats of the 800 go. Heat 2 on the way here. Michaela Page of UNC. She won the 800 meter indoors last year at the NCAA Championships. I interviewed her there, and then she was second place outdoors last year. So one of the big names in the 800 in the NCAA right now. Let's see if she can navigate her way to the finals once again here out of Heat 2. Immaculate Gemitai is also in this second heat of the 800, representing Kansas. All right, guys, so Heat 2 of the women's 800 meters is taking their spots on the track. Maeve O'Neill of Providence. She won the Big East 800 title just a couple weeks ago. She's in this heat. Annalise Batista of Arkansas, she's in this one. So a very competitive heat here. Heat 2, who do we think is going to be qualifying as the top 2 auto cues? I'll go with Michaela Page of UNC and Annalise Batista of Arkansas. But let's see how it goes as they have now begun. Michaela Page goes to the front. These experienced 800-meter runners at the national level, they know that they have to go to the front and just control things. As we saw in Heat 1, it was Whitaker and Kitching the entire time. But now it's Michaela Page in the lead here, followed closely by Batista of Arkansas. Those are your 1-2. I might go 2 for 2 in these 800 predictions for the auto cues. So as we approach the bell lap, let's see what they split through 400 meters here. It'll be similar to Heat 1. Almost exactly the same, 57.27. The 400 split for Michaela Page, leading Heat 2 of this women's 800. Representing the UNC Tar Heels, it's Michaela Page leading with Batista of Arkansas right on her shoulder. This is almost identical to the last heat because it is Emma Sullivan of Kennesaw State in third, just not finding a way to navigate her way around the 2 leaders. So she's in a similar spot to Hargrave from the last heat. Let's see how fast this is. It's going to be Michaela Page and Annalise Batista, who are your 2 qualifiers as they go into the home stretch in total control. Emma Sullivan doing everything she can to try to catch them, but she won't. She starts to fade as Kansas moves up. Immaculate Gematai with a huge kick. She moves up into the lead now. Michaela Page and Annalise Batista can't believe it. Batista might have just lost her shot at the finals as she falls to third. Her time will have to hold up as Immaculate Gematai comes out of nowhere with a huge kick on the outside. Page and Batista see in their peripherals but aren't able to respond in time. So Gematai takes the win in Heat 2 of the women's 800. Michaela Page holds on to second to make sure that she qualifies for the final. But Batista does fade to third. Wow. So one of these athletes may not qualify for the final. So Immaculate Gematai runs 159.6 for the win. Michaela Page runs 159.91 for second. And Annalise Batista runs 159.93 for third. I think that time could hold on. It depends on how Heat 3 goes, but man, you did not expect Batista to be outside of the top 2 in that heat, but Gematai would not be denied on that outside with that final kick. The big-time favorite is in Heat 3, and that is Sanu Jallow, but there's also Gladys Chepnogenic, who has won an NCAA title in this event indoors, I believe, so it won't be easy. Tessa Buswell of BYU is also in Heat 3. Gonna have to watch out for these time qualifiers. Could come out of Heat 3 and bump the likes of Batista from the final. All right, so Heat 3 right around the corner here as they introduce the athletes. Sanu Jallow Lockhart, the favorite in this event. She takes the line representing the Arkansas Razorbacks. Really intriguing to see how these 800s are going to pan out with the final qualifiers here. Gladys Chepnogenic, just a couple months ago in March, she won the indoor 800 meters. Can't count her out. JF says Batista should be fine at sub 2. That's what I would think. But there is a chance that a few women run under 2 in this third heat. If you say, let's say Jallow and Chepnogenic take the 1-2 auto cues in this heat, you have some athletes who can definitely run under 2 minutes in this heat. Layla Haynes of Florida has done it. Jip Kemboy has done it for Kentucky. And these women are off. Heat 3 of the women's 800. They know the times to beat for those little cues. but they are all going to be looking to see if they can get top two. Taking control early as they cut in, it is Sanu Jallow. She knows where she belongs, and she asserts her spot in the front, followed by Gladys Chepnogenic, the indoor champion in this event. So all signs point to Jallow and Chepnogenic going 1-2 here. But these women around them want to make sure that it's fast, because if they don't get top two, they want to make sure that they are under 2 minutes to get a time qualifier. So they are pressing this pace here, trying to make Jallow speed up. Through the first 400, they are 57.5, so just a couple tenths of a second slower than the first heat. And these women know they have to push now. They know that if they aren't top two, the time has to be fast enough. It's got to be a sub 2. Sanu Jallow doesn't care much about the pace. She just wants to qualify in the easiest way possible. So it'll be interesting to see if they can make this race fast enough. They really will have to make a move if they want to do so, because Sanu Jallow is content leading this thing. Gladys Chepnogenic behind her. 130 coming through 200 to go. Sanu Jallow making it look easy at the front here. Gladys Chepnogenic following along. These women battling for the third place spot have to fight for this time here. Sanu Jallow opens up a gap going into the home stretch just for extra security. Now these women are starting to fight. Chepnogenic needs to hold on. I don't think she will. She's beginning to fade. Chepnogenic is not going to qualify here. She's falling out of contention. And we'll have to wait and see to see who ended up getting second there. It was a 3-woman photo finish for second place. So Lauren Tolbert of Duke ends up snagging the second place spot at the line. Gladys Chepnogenic falls out of the money. Wow. So the reigning indoor champ in this event does not qualify for the final. Sanu Jallow made a 158.89 look easy. She could be going after the meet record tomorrow, or on Saturday rather. Lauren Tolbert of Duke fights hard to pass Chepnogenic in the home stretch, beating her just by a tenth of a second. So our qualifiers for the women's 800 final are Sanu Jallow, Whaley Kitching, Immaculate Gematai, Lauren Tolbert, Jeanette Jepkemboy Amimo. And hold on here. Michaela Page, Juliette Whitaker, Annalise Batista. And are they saying that Chepnogenic did qualify? She does, so they run fast enough that Jeanette Jepkemboy Amimo, Gladys Chepnogenic both qualify out of this third heat. I didn't think that was going to be the case, so that must mean Batista still makes it. Michaela Clark of Iowa State falls out of the money. Okay, so let's look back now. They've gone to commercial. I'm going to check the official results for this top 9 advancing to the finals. It's Sanu Jallow, Whaley Kitching, Immaculate Gematai, Lauren Tolbert, Janet Jepkemboy Amimo. Gladys Chepnogenic does get through. Michaela Page, Juliette Whitaker, and Annalise Batista. So Chepnogenic, really risky finish there as she let herself fall back into 4th place. Not usually a good place to be when you're trying to qualify, but she ends up being able to hold on. Yeah, so Chepnogenic is in. Oof. Sigh of relief there. Carrion asks, has the 400 hurdles started yet? It has not. They are scheduled to start right now, but the meet is about 5 minutes behind at this point. So that will be the next event on the track. But we just wrapped up the 800s, and the TV broadcast is now on commercial break. So let's hear from you all in the chat during this break between events. We currently have 61 viewers. We have over 1,000 viewers so far tonight. James Romano says, okay, so James Romano is a hater in the chat. That's okay. All right, so we've got the 400 hurdles coming up next, guys. Which events are you looking most forward to? The only event that is a final event today is the 10K. Everything else is semifinals. But that 10K promises to be major. Okay. So back to the action here in Eugene. The hurdles are up on the track for the 400-meter hurdles. And we are just moments away from getting that event underway. Again, there will be 3 heats of the women's 400-meter hurdles. The top 2 in each heat advance, and then the next 3 best times. Daniri says, how did the women's 800 heats go? They were electric. They were a lot of fun. Sanu Jallo was the most dominant, I would say. She was the only woman to run 158, and she won with ease. So I think she has to be the favorite going into Saturday. But beyond that, Haley Kitching looked really strong. Juliet Whitaker looked really strong. So definitely promising a great showdown on Saturday. Immaculate Gemitai of Kansas looked really good too. She came through with a big kick at the end to secure her qualification. Yeah, we might have to throw James Romano out of the chat all in the game. Might have to do that. We usually don't have to do that here on the kick. We usually have very good viewership, but you know. All right, guys. So they are taking a moment here before the 400 hurdles, updating the shot put and the long jump, but we are just moments away from the women's 400-meter hurdles. Janier says, did Michaela Page make the final? Yes, she did. So excited to see Page of UNC in the final. She ran under 2 minutes. She was 159 high, and she was second place in her heat to secure her bid. So yeah, really a stacked 800 on the women's side for the final. Daenerys says, yeah, I coached her in youth track at one point. She is a special talent. Wow, that's really cool. You must be really happy to see her thriving so much. I met her at the 2025 Indoor NCAA Championships when she won the 800 there. I was representing the Stride Report and interviewed her post-race. And yeah, she's a great athlete, great person. So good luck to Michaela Page of UNC. James asked which man is favored to win the 800. I don't know that there's a overall favorite. You know, the prelims yesterday went pretty much as expected. I would say Colin Salmon, like just overall going into all this, was the person that I was predicting. Just because I think he's the fastest guy in the field. He's got great tactics. He closes well. Like he's got the whole package. All right, women's 400 meters, 400 meter hurdles is underway here. Heat 1 on the track. 3 heats, top 2 in each heat advances, and the next 3 best times. In this first heat, Michelle Smith of Georgia is the favorite, and the Georgia Bulldogs are definitely looking to get points from her in this event. So let's see how it goes. Right now it is Texas, Amelia Berto leading this thing, followed by Michelle Smith. So it looks like those will be the top 2 in this first heat. So Michelle Smith holds on to second. Looked like Woodruff of Howard was really pressing to try to get that second place spot, but Michelle Smith holds on, and the win is Amelia Berto of Texas running 55.63. So heat one of the women's 400 meters belongs to Amelia Berto of Texas. Michelle Smith runs what looked to be a little bit, she didn't look her smoothest. She really had to fight to hold on to second place, as Anaya Woodruff really made it difficult for her. Angie is back in the chat once again. Welcome back, Angie. Angie says, looking forward to the 10K. Been listening to, but too busy at work to comment. This is quite the vocal ultra marathon you've been doing. Yeah, it has been. We were over 4 hours yesterday for the NCAA stream. And before that, we were live for the Oslo, Norway Diamond League meet. So I think it's going to be another 4-hour endeavor today. So we're about halfway through in that. But yeah, I like to, I drink my water, keeps me going. But it is a vocal ultra marathon, that is for sure. I appreciate you tuning in again, Angie. 10K is going to be crazy. I think we'll reach peak viewership during that 10K. A lot of people tuning in to see that with Jane Hedengren and Pamela Kosgei, as well as fans of our kick guests. We have Jadyn Keeler. So it's going to be good. Again, our goal for today is to reach 275 subscribers. We are 20 away from that goal right now, so feel free to subscribe if it's your vibe. It's free to do so. Takes next to no time, and we appreciate it. If you are a fan of running, we have 20 episodes with phenomenal guests from every corner of the sport. If you scroll through our episode list on Spotify or Apple Podcasts or here on YouTube, I bet you will find an episode that you are interested in. We've had NCAA champions on the show. We've had NCAA record holders on the show. And I think that we might get another NCAA champion in this meet here, because we have 3 guests from the show who are competing this meet. And 2 of them already have an advance to the final. So that's pretty awesome. All right, heat 2 of the women's 400-meter hurdles is coming on soon. All in the game asks if I can throw James Romano out of the chat. I'm giving him a chance here. He said he'll be good, so we'll see. If it gets out of hand, I will kick him from the chat. JF says I second that. Yeah, sorry if you guys are being bothered. James, if you could be on your best behavior, that would be appreciated. Don't want to have to throw anyone out of the chat. But appreciate everybody for tuning in. Again, this is the Kick a Runners podcast. We like to keep it supportive and just, the running community is a great community. So let's try to remember that and honor that. And a heat 2 of the women's 400-meter hurdles is now underway. In this heat, we have Akala Garrett of South Carolina, who is expected to be one of the favorites in this event, but she has to advance first. So very tough to read this stagger here, as we will get a better idea of who's really in the lead as they come around this final turn. Baylor's Serafima Losuro looks like she's in a good spot, but she's beginning to fade. And it looks like it is South Carolina's Akala Garrett who is in control of this one. It's going to be a race for second behind Garrett. And it looks like Nebraska's Kelsey Belquist will hold on to second place. But oh my goodness, did Garrett dominate this heat too. With a fast time too, 54.5 for Garrett of South Carolina for the win. Akala Garrett runs 54.49 to win heat 2 in dominant fashion. She was not holding back in this semifinal. Kelsey Belquist of Nebraska holds on for second. All in the Game says Akala could potentially run a top 5 NCAA all-time mark in the final. I think so too. Carrion says, how is Brown doing? I am assuming, I'm not sure who you mean actually. There aren't any Browns in the 400-meter hurdles. So if you could specify more who you mean, Carrion. Is that an athlete competing in the race, or in the meet? Oh, how's the school, the University Brown doing? Oh, okay. They did have a runner in Heat 2 of the 400 hurdles, L. Riley, representing Brown. I think that's what you mean. She didn't get one of the 2 auto qualifiers. She wasn't top 2. They've gone to commercial now, but I will check on the results page to see how she ended up. She did not, unfortunately, have one of her best days. L. Riley of Brown ran 59.8 for 8th place in her heat, so not the strongest day for the Ivy League athlete. So one more heat of the 400 hurdles coming up here, and we will get a fully fleshed out lineup for the finals. We had a prediction in the chat that the 400-meter hurdle final on Saturday could see a top 5 NCAA all-time mark. And after Akala just ran 54.49 in the prelims, I could definitely see that happening. All right, in the meantime, we're waiting for this third heat of the 400 hurdles to go off. You know what I'm curious in? I'm curious to hear from you guys. Are you more of a distance fan or a sprinters fan? So I'm going to start a poll. Are you a bigger fan of sprints or distance? Always curious to see how our listeners stack up. I'll be totally honest that I'm more knowledgeable on the distance side. That is my background. So I tend to think that the kick audience leans distance, but for a lot of our streams, we have a lot of sprinter fans, and honestly, that makes things very helpful for the live chat, because a lot of times you guys in the live chat know a lot more than me about the sprints, and that makes things a lot better. Olivia says last heat, best heat. It could be. I mean, I think Garrett's time of 54.49 out of Heat 2 is going to stand as the fastest time in this 400-meter hurdle prelim round. But Heat 3 does have some athletes who are looking to, mix it up with the top ladies. So I would say Sanaya Billups of Howard, she is a PR listed at 55.09. So she'll be dangerous for sure. They are showing Syra Prince of Arkansas on the TV broadcast right now, highlighting her as one of the favorites. So we'll see how it all ends up here. Again, top 2 automatically qualify for the finals, and then they will take the next 3 fastest times from the 3 heats. So right now our poll is 50-50 distance fans and sprint fans. So that's cool to see. Alan Knight says waiting for the women's 10K. Calling the women's 10K will be easier for you than a whole fleet of sprint heats. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I'm more knowledgeable about the distance events. And they're honestly easier to call in general because, okay, Heat 3 underway here of the hurdles. But it's hard to say much about an event like the 400-meter hurdles early on, because with the stagger, it's very difficult to tell, so you don't want to make any premature calls. But yeah, 10K yesterday was really fun on the men's side. I think women's 10K has a lot of potential tonight, and we will be supporting our very own kick alum Jadyn Keeler, who will be representing the small school of North Dakota later. All right, so as we approach the home stretch here of the women's 400-meter hurdles, it looks like it is Arkansas out in front, as she sticks her tongue out in excitement. She runs 55.13. Syra Prince was all smiles there. A little early celebration too with the tongue, but she is confident and rightfully so. Syra Prince, the Arkansas Razorback, runs 55.13, asserting herself as a worthy contender in this final. She will definitely be able to give Garrett a run for the money. So it is Arkansas, Syra Prince, winning Heat 3 in a really strong time. All right, so women's 400-meter hurdle prelims has wrapped up. A little bit of a pain face from Syra Prince as she got really close to the line, but then she was very quickly all smiles again. Vanis Karubo Niagasira of Kentucky comes in second for the auto cue out of that heat. And the advancing to the finals list is a Kyle Garrett of South Carolina, Syra Prince, Venice Karubo Niagasira, Amelia Burdo, Kelsey Belquist, Michelle Smith, Sanaya Billups, Vanessa Bald, and Morgan, did not get the name before they cut, Morgan Herbst of Arkansas. So 2 Arkansas Razorbacks advance to the final as their team looks to rack up as many points as possible. On the men's side, they are one of the favorites for the team title. On the women's side, not quite as much, but still a contending team. All in the Game says everything from the 100 to the 1500 mile plus most of the field events. Cool. So you're a wide-ranging fan, and you are actually our #1 live chat commenter so far again tonight, All in the Game 01. So appreciate you for that. Alan Knight says, gotta love the world record in men's 110 hurdles in the semis, no less. Yeah, that was, yeah. Whether you're a distance fan, sprints fan, whatever, that 110 hurdles from Jacoby Tharp yesterday was absolutely incredible. World record set in a semifinal round of an NCAA championship. Not something you ever expect to see. That was electric. All right, so next up on the track is going to be the 200 meters. We'll see some repeat athletes from earlier who contested the 100. And we will see who advances to the finals on Saturday. After that, there's a decathlon 1500 for the men. That's their final event of their decathlon. It's the one men's event today. But then it will be back to the women for the 10K final, which is an exciting one. Let's get a poll going. What should our poll be? We had a good poll just now with the sprints and distance fans. I'll have to think of another one. If you guys have any ideas for polls too, let me know. On the Game says we've got the Herbst twins for the women today, like we had the Taylor twins for the men yesterday. Yeah. So a lot of twins dominating at the NCAA championships this year, which is always cool to see. Thank you to everybody for tuning in. We have 48 current viewers here, and I think we will reach our peak soon as we approach the women's 10K. I think that's going to draw in a lot of viewers, not only because we have one of our very own Kick alumni contesting the 10K with Jadyn Keeler, but just fans of the sport in general are all very curious to see how the freshman Jane Hedengren will fare in her first 10K championship. All right, women's 200 on the track. Jamesia Ford is back. She'll be in Heat 1 here after competing less than an hour ago. We are 2.5 hours now into our live stream here tonight officially, and we are well on our way to our goal of hitting 275 subscribers. We are currently at 255 subscribers. If anybody is here who hasn't subscribed yet, hopefully we can earn your subscription. Again, it is free. You just hit the button. Takes next to no time. But I will continue to provide the highest energy commentary I can to earn your subscription. Beyond that, you can also hit the thumbs up button. Hit the like button. That helps our stream get to more people. As we are about to begin this women's 200. All in the game comments. Adeja Hodge, after that 10.63, who's more of a 200-meter runner, is going to destroy Abby Steiner's 21.8 NCAA record. Okay, so we're having a prediction for an NCAA record in this 200. Will it happen today? Will it happen on Saturday? Will it happen at all? We'll have to see. Heat 1 about to get underway here for the women's 200. Jamesia Ford is in this heat. And it looks like there must have been a false start as they call the ladies back. So what happened here? Hopefully no disqualifications or anything. Yellow card held up by the official. So no DQs at this time, thank goodness. All right, so take 2 for Heat 1 of the women's 200 meters. Alan Knight says, thank you for doing this broadcast. Hearing a knowledgeable commentary is nice. Well, I do my best. I appreciate that. Like I said, sometimes the live chat can be a lot more knowledgeable than me, but that helps us both. I'm a distance background guy, ran for Boston University in the distance events, so I'm more familiar with those events. The sprints, I'm learning. Doing my best. All right, take 2 for Heat 1 of the women's 200 meters here. So hopefully there's no false starts or anything funky here. There isn't, and they are off to the races. Jamesia Ford, the favorite here. Top 2 in this heat will advance. Potentially more based on time. Oh no, Jamesia Ford pulls up and she is injured badly. You hate to see that. Jamesia Ford might have pulled a hamstring there. She is completely out of it. Oh no, you would absolutely hate to see that. Jamesia Ford is flat on the ground right now. Yanari Lyons ends up taking the win in 22.36. The Howard athlete wins it, but Jamesia Ford is down on the track. You absolutely hate seeing that. And this looks like a serious injury, guys. I think it is a hamstring pull. Coming around the turn, right as she entered the straightaway, you could tell she pulled something, and just a horrible moment here for Jamesia Ford. She advanced in the 100 meters earlier today, but I don't think she will be contesting the final, as she clearly suffered a serious injury here. Very sorry to see Jamesia Ford go down like this. It happens, guys. It happens especially in the sprint events. Pulling muscles. Less common in the distance events. You would think that maybe with Jamesia Ford having been warmed up from her prior events, she would be less likely to have that happen, but nevertheless, serious injury happens here for Jamesia Ford, which will likely take her out for the remainder of this meet. Wow. So, Yanari Lyons of Howard wins Heat 1 of the 200. Taria Kelly of Baylor comes in second place, so those are your 2 auto cues out of Heat 1. Jamesia Ford with the crushing injury in that heat. One of the favorites for this event. A shame to see anyone get hurt. On the game says, oh no, that's South Carolina pretty much done in 100, 200, 4x1, 4x4. She needs to go pro. Nice she's healthy because she has been running into the ground during her time in the NCAA. Yeah, I mean, that's a devastating blow to the South Carolina women's team, and to Ford herself. Olivia says, terrible. I hope she's okay. Yeah, it's not looking good. Hopefully she's okay, but it does not look like the kind of injury that she will be able to recover from and return to competition from this weekend, unfortunately. And now she is being carted off in a wheelchair. She is in tears, crying, and it is just one of those moments that you absolutely hate to see anyone go through at an NCAA championships or at any athletic event. All right, guys. Well, sending our best and our love to Jamesia Ford of South Carolina, who just suffered a serious injury on the track that will remove her from competition. Next up will be Heat 2 of the women's 200 meters. Cameron Dixon of Texas A&M in this heat. Cameron Dixon did not advance in the 100 meters earlier, so she is looking for redemption and revenge here in this 200 meters. The Texas A&M sprint star definitely looking to advance to the finals of the 200. Randy says, did the 10K start yet? It did not. We are about 20 minutes away from the 10K. They are still on the 200 meters right now. Heat 2 of that about to get underway. And then there will be a decathlon 1500 for the men before we get the 10K underway. All in the Game says they've run her into the ground in her 3 years in the NCAA, needs to forego her senior year next year and go pro because she's that talented. We'll see. I mean, if they're going to be a program that runs her into the ground and she is unable to stay healthy there, then it isn't in her best interest to stay, but we will see. Hopefully her career and future is bright. All right, Heat 2 of the women's 200 meters is now underway. Hoping that nobody gets injured for the remainder of this meet. That was a tough thing to watch in the first heat. So now it is Texas A&M. Cameron Dixon running an assertive race here to make sure that she does qualify for the finals in something after disappointing in the 100, and she takes the win here. And she is once again all smiles. So good to see that from Cameron Dixon of Texas A&M. 22.22 with the quadruple twos there. She runs a strong 200-meter semifinal to punch her ticket to the final. Nice to see that after the disappointment she had in the 100 earlier. So Cameron Dixon punches her ticket to the 200-meter final with the fastest time of the day so far. Second place is going to be close. It looks like it was LSU in second. So that was Shanti Jackson of LSU placing second. She's having a great day for herself. So Cameron Dixon runs 22.22 for the win. Shanti Jackson runs 22.45 for second place. Those are auto qualifiers out of Heat 2. One heat remaining here in the women's 200 meters at the 2026 NCAA D1 Track and Field Championships. If you're new here, this is the Kick a Runners podcast. We're starting to get more people joining in on this stream as we prepare for the marquee event of the day, which is the only finals event being contested today, the women's 10K. So excited to see that coming up in just about 15 minutes or so. But first, we have one more heat of the women's 200, Heat 3 of the women's 200 coming up now as they show us some updates on the pole vault. So tuning in here, the NCAA Championships are in Eugene, Oregon once again. I was there the last 2 years in person. It is a great event, a great site. It is Tracktown, USA. While I was there, I did pick up this shirt, of course, Tracktown, USA. I had a great time out there last 2 years. So to avoid any FOMO, I am here live on the Kick remotely and sharing this experience with all of you 64 current viewers. Thank you so much for tuning in. While you're here, feel free to hit that thumbs up like button. Feel free to hit the subscribe button. It takes next to no time. It's free and it helps us so much growing as a channel and as a podcast. We have 20 episodes with guests so far on the show. 3 of those guests are competing this weekend at NCAA's. 2 of them have already gone and had phenomenal performances to advance to the finals. Jadyn Keeler remains in the 10K tonight to compete. We'll see how she does, rooting for her to get an All-American spot. Here we go with Heat 3 of the women's 200 meters here. Adeja Hodge of Georgia returns to the track, looking to continue her dominance. She's in Heat 3 here of the women's 200. Alongside the Georgia star, there is also Gabrielle Matthews of Florida, who had a strong performance earlier today. So those could be your 2 favorites to get the auto cues out of Heat 3, Adeja Hodge and Gabrielle Matthews. Moments away from wrapping up this 200-meter semifinal round here as they take their marks in the blocks now on the track at Hayward Field. Always a fun moment in person during the sprints when they take the line and the whole crowd goes quiet. The calm before the storm. All right, so women's 200 meters here, about to wrap up with Heat 3. The runners are on their marks. Everything is still here in Eugene, Oregon. Adeja Hodge, the favorite in this heat. Gabrielle Matthews of Florida. And the runners are set. The tension is killing me. Oh, as an athlete raises her hand, something went wrong here, I guess. Not sure what happened. The athlete in lane 3 rose her hand to not have the race pop off, which is, I guess, sometimes how it goes. They were holding the athletes on the line for a while there, and then she wasn't ready for it to pop off. So a little bit of a delay here in the final heat of the women's 200. We have reached 70 viewers here on the kick. Thank you for tuning in. We've got the 10K final coming up in just a few moments. Right now we have the final heat of the women's 200 on the track, and then I will be engaging with the live chat between the 200s and the 10K, because there's a decathlon 1500 for the men there, which we can commentate that too. But we will be definitely buckling up for what promises to be a big-time 10K. All right, so the women of this 200-meter Heat 3 have reset themselves as they take the line once again in their marks, in their blocks. Let me know in the chat, who are you most excited to see in this year's NCAA Championships? What event are you most looking forward to? Let's get the conversation going. All in the Game 01 is our #1 commenter so far today. JF is second, and Olivia 2120 is third. Thank you, everybody, for chiming in. All right, runners are set here for the final heat of the women's 200 meters, and they are off. Adeja Hodge in this heat. Gabrielle Matthews in this heat. Will they be the top 2 women, or will somebody surprise them? Adeja Hodge looks good and strong coming around the turn. She will be the winner for sure, but will it be Matthews of Florida who takes second? She's in a battle with the USC athlete, but she does take it. So as expected, it is Adeja Hodge taking the win in the final heat of the women's 200. She is a serious threat to sweep the 100 and 200 in this year's meet. She runs 21.96 for the win in Heat 3. Gabrielle Matthews close behind her for second. So our qualifiers, our top 9 who will be making the 200-meter final field up. It's Adeja Hodge with the fastest time in the prelims, 21.96. Gabrielle Matthews and Cameron Dixon both run 22.22. They'll be in the finals. Yanari Lyons, Dejaz DeFrand, Shanti Jackson, Taria Kelly, Christine Mallard, and Alexis Brown are your 9 athletes contesting the 200-meter finals on Saturday. A bummer to see Jamesia Ford injured here. She will not be in the finals for the 200, and I don't think she will be contesting the 100, even though she qualified with the injury she suffered. All right, guys, so we are on to the women's 10K coming up in just a couple of minutes. First, they have a 1,500 meter for the decathlon wrapping up, and I will say that is always a fun event. Having been there the last 2 years, this is the final event of the decathlon, and these men are tired. And when they finish this, it's always a great moment as they all kind of reunite with each other and get in a huddle and share that camaraderie that the multi-event athletes have. So, pretty cool for them. All in the Game says Adasia Hodge is going to destroy Abby Steiner's NCAA 200-meter record on Saturday. I think she has a reasonable shot. Hodge has been dominant in these sprints so far this meet, and she is proving that she is the top of her class here. All right, let's get a poll going for the women's 10K, which is right around the corner. Let's start a poll. Who will win the women's 10K? Will it be star freshman Jane Hedengren of BYU? Will it be Pamela Kosgei, who I know wants it really badly as well? Will it be our very own Jadyn Keeler, who we had here on the Kick podcast? Or will it be other? Can you imagine if Jadyn Keeler were to somehow steal it? I know her goals are more along the lines of All-American, but we got to show her some love as a Kick alum, and we'll include her in the vote here because she is a legit contender towards the front of this race. Cameron says Ryan Gregory, best decathlon 1,500 meter runner in NCAA. All right, shot called. We'll see if Ryan Gregory can win this 1,500 meter decathlon event. They still haven't started these men off. So Ryan Gregory, I don't even see, oh, he's from Long Beach State, and he will be contesting the 1,500 meters. It looks like there are some other athletes who might have faster 1,500 meter PRs than him, though, from what I'm seeing now. I am not super familiar with the men's decathlon, but I don't know if Gregory is by far the fastest 1,500 meter athlete, as you say, Cameron. JF says the question is how fast will Kosgei want to make it? Both should save energy for 5K. Yes, I think that is really interesting. So Pamela Kosgei and Jane Hedengren are both contesting the 5K on Saturday. How will that affect how they run this 10K, guys? They've got Doris Lemongole of Alabama just waiting for them on Saturday. She is going to have fresh legs. She is going to be ready to make it fast. She's going to be ready to try to win that thing. So Jane Hedengren and Pamela Kosgei know that that's coming. We'll have to see. JF says, I don't think they fill the empty 100 spot due to injury. I don't think they do either. I think the qualifiers are the qualifiers. And even if Jamesia Ford can't contest, it's not like they're going to let the next person out into the race. I don't think they do that. Alan Knight says, a bit of trivia here. Lace Varenne, who won the men's 5K and 10K in both the 1972 and 1976 Olympics, ran at BYU. There you go. The more you know. BYU, a lot of people think they are a new team at the top, but no, they've had some great athletes for a long time. All in the Game says, if you're only running the 5K on Saturday, you're hoping Pamela and Jane run themselves silly in today's 10K. Yeah, Doris Lemongole is watching this 10K, thinking, come on, guys, let's make it fast, let's make it hurt, because I want you guys to be tired coming into the 5K on Saturday. Cameron says, yeah, fair, but he's run a 2:33 1K, best 1500 yet to come. All right, well, that adds a little bit of intrigue into this decathlon 1500 meters for the men that's taking the track now. Cameron says that Ryan Gregory is going to win this 1500. We shall see. After 9 events, Kenneth Bird of Louisville leads the decathlon. Ryan Gregory is back in 7th, so he will have to have a really strong run here if he wants to move up from his position now. But he's in a great spot for All-American, that's for sure. So looking at our poll for who will win the women's 10K, a lot of predictions for Jane Hedengren to win. She is the favorite, and Kick Nation here believes that she will take the win. Who watched that regionals race where Jane and Pamela were battling it out at the end? That was kind of crazy. You know, they had both qualified, but they both wanted to take that win. Just shows that they are fierce competitors, and I think we'll see that play out in the women's 10K tonight. So get your popcorn ready. It's right around the corner as finally this men's decathlon 1500 meter gets underway. Ellie Wright says, I wouldn't be surprised if this is a fast race. They're both highly competitive and don't seem to enjoy tactical races. I'm predicting sub 32. Eli Wright, I think that's a really good take because Jane and Pamela both tend to, yeah, they are highly competitive, just like regionals. And I just don't think they're going to want to make it slow. And when you have athletes like Jadyn Keeler, she's trying to push it. So you can't make it that slow because the athletes behind them, it's not like they have a huge gap on them unless they really push it. So Jane and Pamela might have to run it a little faster than they'd like. And I think if it was just one of them at the front, like if it was like Captain Samuel yesterday where he was kind of the clear favorite, it would be different. But since Jane and Pamela are so close together, they do kind of have to make each other hurt a little bit in their pursuit of an NCAA title. So I think that makes it interesting. All right, so the men's decathlon 1500 meters is incredibly spread out, as it always is. We will see who is able to take this. It looks like it is Maximus Tucker of Georgia who is out in front. But Cameron, who is a fan of Ryan Gregory, I'm happy to report that Gregory is looking strong in 3rd place right now. Alan Knight says they both just crank out the 70-second 400s over and over again. Yeah. And I think we will be seeing something like that where Jane and Pamela are just, you know, together at the front. Will they open up a gap? I don't know. But they are going to be relaxed and controlled for a while. It is a 6.2 mile race, but we'll see how it develops. So we've gotten some votes for Jadyn Keeler here. I love to see that. I assume anybody voting for Keeler has listened to her podcast episode here on The Kick and is a fan like we are. Always great to see a small school represent at the national level. Jadyn Keeler has had a great career. She's originally from Canada, now representing the Fighting Hawks of North Dakota. And she will be in the 10K and 5K at this meet. JF says 70 is 14:35, low 29s pace. Yeah, I think maybe Alan Knight was referring to more like, you know, like 70s as like a 72 or something, but maybe he meant 70 flat. But yeah, they crank out some fast splits. All right. So Ryan Gregory, who I know Cameron is a supporter of in our chat right now, he looks strong, but there is a pretty big gap for him to close on the leader. He's moved himself up into 2nd, but it is the Georgia decathlete who has a big lead here. Maximus Tucker going into the bell lap here. He's got a big lead. Ryan Gregory fighting more in a battle for 2nd place, I would say. Final lap here in the men's decathlon 1500. Always fun to watch this one. It's their last event of the meet. They're all tired. They're not specialists in the 1500, that's for sure. So it does make it interesting to see the disparity of their skill level here. All right, so 4:07 is the winning time here for the Georgia athlete, and it looks like Ryan Gregory will take second in 4:18-ish. So good call from Cameron in the chat. Alan Knight says, no barfing on the track, you decathlon boys, even though you deserve to. Yeah, they're always exhausted. Usually they hit the floor after the 1500, and then it's a fun celebration for them as they wrap up their competition. Always enjoy seeing that go down. All right, guys, so we are literally seconds away now from the women's 10K getting underway. This is the big one tonight because it is the only final being contested on the women's side. A lot of great semifinals have gone down today, but points are finally on the table here at the 2026 NCAA Outdoor Championships. It's going to be good. Leave your vote in the poll. Who do you think is going to win the women's 10K? Right now, Jane Hedengren is dominating our poll. She is the woman to beat. She is the favorite. Just as a freshman at BYU, she has asserted herself at the top of the NCAA. Cameron says, we'll take second. What a guy. Yeah, Ryan Gregory. Good performance from him. So the men's decathlon has wrapped up as they receive applause from the crowd. And the women's 10K gets lined up on the track here as the sun sets over Hayward Field in Eugene, Oregon. Tracktown, USA, baby. We are just about to get this thing underway. 24 women. East and West, the 12 fastest from each region. It's going to be good. To recap so far today, Elizabeth Whaley in the 1500 meters, she qualified for the finals. She was on the kick. Check out her episode. Sophie Novak in the 3K, she qualified for the finals. She was on the kick. Check out her episode. And now Jadyn Keeler in the 10K, she was on the kick. Check out her episode. We've got a good one coming up here. Remember, top 8 get All-American here. That is a goal for pretty much every athlete in this field. They're all extremely competitive and are eyeing that All-American status. The race at the top, it's really between Jane Hedengren and Pamela Kosgei, but you never know. There can always be a surprise. All in the Game says, if there's an huge unlikely loss for Jane, what does that mean for the 5K? I guess it depends on how it happens, right? I think if Jane somehow got upset and lost this 10K, that could mean that she runs even harder in the 5K as a woman on a mission with, she's angry. But I guess it depends on how it happened. Like if she lost because she's just like not feeling great right now, like that could be concerning. It depends. But it'll definitely be her race to lose. We'll see. Milk Chocolate Lover says, I was wondering, what do you guys think of Pamela's finish against Jane at West Finals 10K? I heard people say she should have been DQ'd because she pushed Jane out into lane 5. Glad you brought that up. I was talking about that a little bit earlier. That 10K at regionals between Jane and Pamela Kosgei, it became like unnecessarily competitive where they were both coasting to the finish to qualify, and like Pamela like really pushed Jane out into lane 5, as the commenter says. But I don't think that Kazgai should have been DQ'd. It wasn't anything too crazy, and how much would that have sucked if she had gotten DQ'd and not being able to compete at NCAA championships? I think, because the NCAA championships was on the line, they didn't want to DQ her. Because look, like, neither athlete got hurt. They probably both want each other to be in this race because it makes it more interesting. Like, they're competitors. They don't want it to be easier. I don't think Jane would have been happy if Pamela Kazgai got disqualified and wasn't able to compete at this. It would have kind of ruined it. So, yeah, it was a little bit iffy how Pamela ran that. But I think it wasn't anything too crazy. I think it's just that she's a competitor, and we're going to see that competitive spirit between Pamela Kazgai and Jane Hedengren in this 10K. They are now on the track, ready for the starter to begin this race. And as the Rolling Stones would say, we are just a shot away from the women's 10K beginning here. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Live chat is getting excited. Love to see it. JF says Hilda Olamonwe has been running well, by the way. Yeah, she's always involved. So excited to see how she will do. Eli Wright says third place is going to be interesting. Yes. Let's see if Jadyn Keeler can do it. She was third at the Western Regional. Now adding the Eastern athletes into the mix. Can Keeler maintain a top 3 finish? That would be awesome. JF says, I hate the lane drift that they allow. By the rules, that is a DQ. Yeah, in referring to Pamela Kazgai at regionals. Yeah, that was some pretty heavy lane drift. Definitely unnecessary and a little bit risky from Pamela Kazgai. But glad that there was no DQ, because it makes this NCAA championships a lot more interesting. BT Demers says, I think since it was just a regional qualifier, they put them through. Both clearly would have qualified. Kind of crazy they both went that deep in the regional 10K regardless of the drift. Yeah, I agree 100%. They didn't want to disqualify them. Like, come on. Everybody wants to see them in this 10K final. But it was surprising that they pushed it that much. I think it was just a testament to the fact that neither of them likes losing. Like, even though they could have settled for second, they didn't want to do that. And they're actually re-showing it now as we're waiting for this race to start and they introduce the athletes. On the TV broadcast, they're re-showing the Pamela Kazgai lane drift to try to get in front of Jane Hedengren. She takes her all the way out to lane 4, and Jane still gets the win. Will we see something similar in this national championship? Maybe. But these women are competitors, guys. And Pamela Kazgai didn't care if it didn't matter if she was first or second. She wanted to win. And that energy will be applied to this NCAA final, which is now, oh my gosh, they called them back again. Starter has the athletes step back. And the anticipation, I mean, we're going to have 30 minutes to enjoy this thing, so I guess I don't want to rush too much. Jadyn Keeler is on the back waterfall starting line, about 4 people in, so be watching her to make sure she gets out strong, gets out well. Milk Chocolate Lover says, so even the announcer knows the lane drift. Yeah, I think that was a pretty big story at the West Regionals. So an exciting little rivalry developing between Pamela Kazgai and Jane Hedengren as the 10K gets off to the races, guys. Jadyn Keeler gets out strong, our kick alum here. She likes running aggressively. She was third place at the West Regionals behind Jane Hedengren and Pamela Kazgai. So she sees herself as one of these top athletes. If you listen to the podcast where we had her on, she's a very confident athlete, and it's great to see her representing the Kelly Green of UND at the national level. So early on, Kazgai and Jane Hedengren are actually not going to lead, which is a surprise. I guess they want to see if these leaders will keep it pretty slow and conservative for them. They can, keep things easy and save some energy for Saturday's 5K. So already a little bit of a surprise to see Pamela Kazgai and Jane Hedengren not leading this 10K. They are content to let others do so. And it is fan favorite Ruth White who takes the lead here. She has become famous for her running style. She likes to take things out strong, and it's always fun to watch her mix it up in these races. Ruth White is right up at the front. Physically, she is one of the smaller athletes you will see contesting in these races, but don't confuse her physical size, because it is not about the size of the dog in the fight. It's about the size of the fight in the dog. So Ruth White towards the front here, along with Riley Blade of FSU, and that is our Kick alum Jadyn Keeler there in third. So great to see that. Jadyn Keeler has gotten herself into a good position here in this women's 10K. Miss Amane 9914 says, does anyone know how I can stream without ESPN? ESPN2 is the channel where this TV broadcast is going down. So if you had that, you could watch there. If not, there might be some illegal streams out there. I don't know. But right here on the Kick, we do things the right way. No copyright infringement here. And we bring that energy to every race commentary we can. And our live chat keeps things super lively. Would love to hear what everybody's thinking right now as these early laps of the 10K click away. It is Riley Blade of FSU in the lead right now. Jane Hedengren and Pamela Kosgei content to keep it slow and relaxed because, as we know, they have the 5K coming up. But we'll see how long they wait here. Will there be a moment where they decide to take control? Everybody in this 24-woman field is still in this thing with 23 laps to go. It's a journey, this 10K. Alan Knight says, my weather app says 73 in Eugene with wind gusts up to 12 miles an hour. Is that what you're seeing with the wind? The wind isn't too visible right now, but those temperatures look pretty ideal as the sun sets there. Jadyn Keeler is your leader right now in this women's 10K. Let's hear it from Kick Nation as Jadyn Keeler takes the lead and starts opening up a gap on this field. We love to see that here on the Kick. Jadyn Keeler was a guest on the show a couple of months ago. She's a friend of the podcast. If you haven't listened to her episode, definitely do so. We will be rooting for Kick alumni here. Jadyn Keeler opening up a gap on the field. Jane Hedengren and Pamela Kosgei look like they don't like that she's making it fast this early, but they will have to deal with it if they want an NCAA title. Jadyn Keeler proudly representing the Kelly Green of University of North Dakota, opening up a lead here with about 15 meters on the field. She is an experienced senior athlete. She has run at the NCAA championships in the 5K and 10K multiple times. She knows what she's doing. She doesn't need to shy away from a competition, and she is taking the lead here, guys. Obviously, it is very early, and things can change a lot. But this is a bold move from Keeler to say, you know what? I don't want this race to be slow. She's also running the 5K on Saturday, much like Hedengren and Pamela Kosgei, but she's not afraid to make it hurt a little bit here. In the chat, we've got Mr. Beast 1 saying Jane is going to chill until a mile to go and really throw down a 4:30 mile or something. I could see that happening, but she might have to start picking it up earlier than she intended to because Jadyn Keeler is making this race honest and they can't let too big of a gap open up. JF says about 35-minute pace through 1K, but Keeler has accelerated. She absolutely has. Jadyn Keeler, the Canadian who proudly represents the small school of the University of North Dakota, she has made the decision to make this race honest. And you don't always see that from somebody who's doubling back in the 5K. Usually those athletes are the ones who only have the 10K on deck. Milk Chocolate Lover says, actually crazy that Jane isn't leading. Very, very surprised because every single race she takes it from the gun and tries to open up gap early on. Yeah, that usually is her approach, but I guess the fact that she knows Doris Lemon-Goulet is waiting for her fresh in the 5K might make her a little more tentative to make this one fast. But Jadyn Keeler, guys, proud to see her at the front of an NCAA championship. Good things happen after you guest on the Kick, am I right? So they have cut to a commercial break here, as they so often do during the 10K. Hate to see that. Absolutely hate to see that. But they are usually pretty efficient with these commercials. And hopefully when we return back, it's still Keeler in the front. But we will have to wait and see. Obviously, Jane Hedengren and Pamela Kosgei know that they cannot let her open up too big of a gap. But they definitely seemed reluctant to go with her, as I don't think they want to make this thing fast. All right, everybody on this live right now, we have reached 81 viewers. That is the most we have had simultaneously during the stream here tonight. We have close to 2,000 viewers who have tuned in and tuned out over the last 3 hours. But right now we are reaching peak viewership, and it's no surprise why. It is because the headliner event of tonight's meet, the women's 10K, is on the track right now. And it is already delivering excitement as Jadyn Keeler decides to take the reins and take the lead here. Milk Chocolate Lover says, how far behind is Jane and Pamela? Are they right on Keeler's heels? They have cut to commercial, so we will know momentarily, but they weren't at the moment. She had opened like a 10 to 15 meter gap. As we return to Eugene here, Hayward Field, we are back to 10K action. Let's see what has developed. Keeler still remains in the front, but Jane Hedengren and Pamela Kosgei have closed the gap. They are right behind her. Ruth White going along with this lead group of 4 as well. All right, guys, if you have fans of track and field who are interested in the NCAA championships, send them the link to this live stream, because we are going crazy right now for this outdoor championship. Currently in this 10K, we are at 90 people watching here right now, and our live chat is popping off. JF updates with an official split saying 6:43 at 2K, which is 33 pace. Good to know. Jadyn Keeler leading this thing, and we love to see that here on the Kick, as she is one of our podcast guests and a friend of the show. We are nearing 100 concurrent viewers right now. We are at 94 viewers. Thank you to everybody for tuning in. We are live for the women's 10K right now, where Jadyn Keeler has assertively taken the lead. Jane Hedengren and Pamela Kosgei did not want this race to be fast. They sat in the back and hoped that it would remain slow, but Keeler said, enough of that. I am going to go now. And she is fearlessly leading this thing. She is an experienced athlete at this stage, guys. A well-rounded 5K and 10K runner from Canada. She runs for the Fighting Hawks of the University of North Dakota. Remember the name. She is putting her school on the map. The Kelly Green of UND is leading here on the famous oval of Hayward Field. So Jadyn Keeler looking determined and relaxed at the front of this race here. She has no problem with leading races. She enjoys being in that position. We talked to her here on the Kick in our podcast episode with her about her building confidence. And she has just blossomed into a phenomenal distance athlete. She is in the 10K and 5K at this year's Outdoor Championships. So Jadyn Keeler leading, Jane Hedengren and Pamela Kosgei behind her. The field trying to stay intact here and in range. Keeler will have to turn things up a little bit more if she wants to start dropping more people. Consistently running around 75 seconds per lap. JF says around 76 per lap. Yep, right around there. So remember, 75 per lap is a 5 flat mile pace. So Jadyn Keeler looking like she is actually starting to pick up here now. We're 11 minutes into this race. So taking a look back at some of the athletes who are close behind those leaders of Jadyn Keeler, Jane Hedengren, and Pamela Kosgei. Ruth White has been up there in that mix, but she falls back a little bit now. BYU's experienced senior Jenna Hutchins is up there. And the sophomore from Notre Dame, Amaya Aramini, she's up in All-American contention as well. Olivia 2120 says we hit 100 viewers. That's awesome to see. We're hanging right around that 100 mark. I've been saying it for the past 3 hours. We are going to peak viewership during this women's 10K, and you guys all delivered on that. No surprise there. This is the headliner event of today's meet. And none other than a Kick alum herself is leading this race. How great is that to see? 24 incredible women in this event. Some of the best distance runners in the country. But the one athlete who we have featured here as a guest on the Kick is currently leading. Chance Hervey says, who's in second, Jane or Kosgei? It is Jane Hedengren in second and Pamela Kosgei in third. Milk Chocolate Lover says, where is Jenna in this? LOL. Jenna Hutchins is back in about 10th place right now, representing BYU. So we'll see how she is able to move up in this race. She is currently just out of All-American position. Milk Chocolate Lover says, I can't remember, is Keeler the one that went with Jane and Pamela at West Regionals and she fell off around a little more than halfway mark? That is exactly who she is. She ended in third place at the West Regional in the 10K. She ran similarly aggressive there as she is now, but she actually was third place, like behind them the whole time, just following the pacing of Jane and Pamela. And then she faded a bit as those two took control, but she didn't fade enough to lose position. So she ran a really strong third place at the West Regionals. And I think her goal here is top 3 at NCAAs. That would be phenomenal for her. In all likelihood, she will be passed by Jane Hedengren and Pamela Kosgei. But right now, Jadyn Keeler owns the lead position of this 10K, and that is pretty cool to see. Chance Hervey says, I think Jane is going to pull away with 2 to 3K left, and Pamela is going to try and go with her, but will last till about the last lap. I think that's likely. I think that Pamela can pretty much match Jane for most of the race, but when they get down to the last lap, Jane can create some separation. So I could see that happening. JF says Hutchins is in the middle of the train. Yep, she's right there in the middle in about 10th position out of 24 women. There's only about 4 or 5 women who really look like they're out of it, kind of like, you know, really falling off the train. Everybody else seems like they are in contention for All-American spots in that top 8. Milk Chocolate Lover says, love the negative splitting. Yeah, that's, I mean, right now pacing is being driven by Jadyn Keeler, so that's awesome to see. G. Sierra Schneider says, just joined. Thanks for this. Could you summarize how far into the race these amazing ladies are? How far is the lead pack away from the peloton? So they are about 15 minutes into the race. I don't have the official laps because they have cut to commercial once again. Hopefully this is the last time they go to commercial during this 10K. But basically it's Jadyn Keeler in the lead with Jane Hedengren and Pamela Kosgei right behind her. And then it is a pack that is pretty much closed the gap behind them. Ruth White is up there. The Notre Dame sophomore is up there. Amaya Aramini. And then, yeah, there's a solid train of about 20 women still who is still attached. But Jadyn Keeler is dictating the pace. To summarize the early portions of the race, Riley Blade was leading, and it was really slow, and it looked like Jane and Pamela were happy with it being slow. All right, so we are back to the action here. Now Jane Hedengren has taken the lead. So not sure exactly how that happened. It doesn't look like she's taking the lead in a way that she wants to like really turn up the pace yet. So maybe Keeler just, said, you know what? I've led for enough laps. Now it's someone else's turn. It can get tough to lead 6 miles of a race. And sometimes it's smart to let somebody else take the lead and draft off of them. So now it is Jane Hedengren leading this race. Pamela Kosgei right behind her in second, and Jadyn Keeler still looking strong in third. G. Sierra Schneider says, thank you for the summary and providing this. It is my pleasure. I'm having a blast out here with all of you. Thank you for keeping this live chat hopping. We are up to 114 current viewers. Thank you so much to everybody for tuning in. If you are enjoying this, feel free to hit the thumbs up like button. It helps more people find this stream. And we are well on our way to our goal of 275 subscribers. We are up to 262 subscribers. Feel free to hit the subscribe button. Subscribe if it's your vibe, as I like to say. It's free to do, and it takes next to no time. But right now, we are commentating the women's 10K here at the NCAA Championships. It is Jadyn Hedengren in the lead with 12 laps to go. They come through 17 flat with 12 laps to go, so 3 miles remain here in this women's 10K. Jadyn Hedengren in control, but not creating any gaps on Pamela Kosgei or Jadyn Keeler. All in the game says who has the better kick out of Jane and Pamela. I think Jane has so far proven that she has a slightly better kick, but Pamela isn't far off. Pamela has a great kick in her own right, and we will have to see. But just a couple weeks ago at the West Regional, Jane was able to hold off Pamela with the stronger kick, and it was clear that Pamela was giving it her all to try to take that one. So if it comes down to a kick, you might have to give the edge to Jadyn Hedengren. So will that make Pamela Kosgei try to take control early, like a mile to go? I don't know. It feels like Jane would be able to go with any move that she makes. Milk Chocolate Lover says, I was thinking as it gets to the later laps and Jane starts lapping people, it's smart to use those lap runners to put a gap between her and Pamela. Maybe Keeler too if she stays with those too long. With those two, yeah. I don't know that there's going to be much lapping going on in this race. Maybe a few of the back runners will get lapped, but it hasn't been lightning fast enough for there to be a lot of lapping going on. We'll see. Again, this is the national championship, so even the runners in the back are running quite fast. But it is the 10K, so there's a chance. I think those back 5 athletes might get lapped. All right, Chance Hervey says, I'd say Jane has a better long-lasting kick, like last 1600, 800, but Pamela has better foot speed, 200 100. I would agree with you, but at West Regionals, Pamela Kosgei was even with Jane going into the home stretch, and she was desperately trying to pass her and push her out, and Jane was still able to beat her, and clearly Pamela Kosgei was going all out in that kick, so I don't know that she has the better finishing kick than Jane. So Jadyn Hedengren still in the lead here. Pamela Kosgei honestly looks like she is in a bit of pain in her face. Looking like it's hurting this pace a bit here for Pamela Kosgei. Jadyn Keeler looks good in third, looking strong. FSU's Riley Blade is still in the mix behind them. Jenna Hutchins of BYU trying to stay in contention. All right, guys, so 10 laps to go here in this women's 10K. Ruth White starting to fall off the pack, which is always disappointing to see. It's tough with 10 laps to go. It's a tough place to be, falling off that pack. So Jadyn Hedengren in control as we all expected her to be, but Pamela Kosgei is still right on her shoulder, with Jadyn Keeler close behind, and a pack of runners all trying to keep up with this slowly but surely increasingly fast pace. It's a matter of when Jane makes the decision to really make this thing faster. We'll see when that happens. But right now, Pamela Kosgei letting her lead and just following Jane. Jadyn Keeler looking strong in third. All right, guys, we're up to 114 viewers currently. Thank you for tuning in. This is the Kick a Runners podcast. I'm your host, Will Loggia, and we are live for the women's 10K at the NCAA Championships. C.E. Hohen says, I think since cross NCAAs, Jane has worked on her finishing and kicking because of how that ended. And from what I've seen, it has shown. Yeah, so Jane did take the L to Doris Lemongole at NCAA Cross Country Championships. And she has certainly improved since then. JF says the kick comes more from strength and speed. That is true. A lot of people think it is just a matter of leg speed, and that certainly plays a role, and it can provide ceilings to people who don't have that leg speed. But you also need to have that strength to feel good at the end of the race, because all these women can run relatively fast. So you want to be feeling strong going into those final laps. But yeah, I mean, between Jane and Pamela, it's really tough to say who has the better kick. So I think that kind of uncertainty is part of what's making this 10K so interesting, as Jadyn Keeler still hangs on for third here behind Jane Hedengren in first and Pamela Kosgei in second. Kind of what we expected so far. Shane Hervey says, I think Jane can pull away with her 420 mile speed and strength. Yes, she does have the fastest mile PR of anybody in this field. So that always gives you a confidence boost in the 10K when you know that you're the fastest miler. As long as you're with the group with a mile to go, you should be able to take things as long as you're feeling strong enough and aren't too gassed from the 5 miles prior. All right, guys, we are finally approaching the really exciting later laps of this women's 10K with 2 miles to go. Chance Hervey says, I already read that comment. Appreciate everybody keeping the live chat popping. We have reached the most viewers we've had all day today with 115 in the live stream right now as we gear up for the final several laps of this 10K. It's still Jane Hedengren in the lead, Pamela Kosgei in second, and Jadyn Keeler in third, with a long train behind them, all jostling for position as things are about to heat up. Milk Chocolate Lover says, not to mention she's also the fastest 5K runner, so I can see her start to pull away these last 2 miles. Yeah, I think Jane, honestly, is in no rush to pull away here because she knows she probably does have the best last 400 meters of anybody in this field, so she doesn't need to waste any unnecessary energy to create a bigger gap than she, needs to, having the 5K coming up on Saturday. Piccolino says, thanks for your commentary. I don't have access to ESPN, so this is my only way to follow along and root for Jane. Thank you so much. I appreciate that comment, and I love the fact that I'm able to provide live commentary and reactions to those who do not have access to the ESPN2 broadcast. Geoff Benzos says, what's the pace? It's hard to tell. It feels like they're still clicking away 75s, but they haven't been putting splits on the screen. But by the visual eye test, Jane isn't really picking things up. She's kind of just holding this pace. And I think she knows that she wants to be patient and not expend any energy that she doesn't have to in this event. Chance Hervey says, yeah, I wonder if she will save enough and maybe go sub 1450 in the 5K. Perhaps. I doubt she'll go sub 1450 on tired 10K legs. You never know. Parker Valby did a crazy back-to-back in the 10K and 5K two years ago, so maybe we'll see something similar from Jane. Milk Chocolate Lover says, I think it'll be really close between her, Doris, and maybe Pamela, but Pamela will be even more beat up than Jane. Yeah, and we've got to also shout out my old BU teammate, Vera Huaberry, who now represents the University of North Carolina. She will be in that women's 5K, and she was just a second behind Pamela Kosgei last year. She came in second place, representing my Boston University Terriers last year, and she has a great kick as well. She's a 1,500 meter specialist, but now has kind of added the 5K to her repertoire, and she is certainly a contender in that 5K. But, with Jane Hedengren and Doris Lemonglet entering the mix this year, it will make things a lot faster and more difficult for athletes like Vera and Pamela Kosgei. But shout out to Vera. Watch out for her. All-American certainly on the table. JF says Hutchins is 9th and attached to the front pack. Yeah, Jenna Hutchins is in there. She's definitely, in contention for an All-American spot here. So good to see that from the BYU athlete. Ward Freeman updates us on the lap splits with 117 per lap. Thank you for that update. Sierra Schneider says, I would guess most of the people joining don't have ESPN2 access. Thanks for providing the commentary. Yeah, most of the time, the people who tune into our live streams don't have access to the TV broadcast, and that's why they join here. So that's like the main thing. But a lot of people actually still join and use this as a second screen companion where they can participate in the live chat and engage with everybody who's also watching the meet. So I think that's a cool aspect of the live streams as well. When people will literally say like, oh, I am watching it on ESPN, but I'm also tuned in here so that I can engage in the live chat and engage with this commentary. So really appreciate any viewer we have, whether it is second screen companion or the only way that you are listening to a live commentary of the meet. We appreciate all of you. Milk Chocolate Lover says 120 viewers. Yes, thank you so much to everybody who's tuning in. We are growing rapidly as we approach the final few laps of this women's 10K. Nothing has really changed as Jane Hedegren still leads with Pamela Kosgei close behind, Jadyn Keeler in third. Jadyn Keeler starting to look like she is hurting a little bit more here, so I really hope that she's able to hold things together and hold that third place as we are 1 mile to go, 4 laps to go here in Eugene, Oregon on the famous Hayward Field track. Jane Hedegren, will she start to make things faster now? It's a mile to go, but it doesn't look like there is any gear change. So it is Jane Hedegren in the lead with approaching 1,200 to go. Pamela Kosgei in second. Jadyn Keeler in third. Chance Hervey says, how far is Jane ahead? Not far at all. I mean, she is, the top three are all within a second of each other. And then 2 Iowa State athletes are close behind Jadyn Keeler, along with a West Virginia athlete and Riley Blade of FSU. Jenna Hutchins fighting to stay attached to the pack, but struggling to do so. She is still in All-American position as she is in 8th. Or actually, Jenna Hutchins is in 9th. There's a Florida athlete who is in front of her now. So Jenna has to fight to catch that Florida athlete if she wants that All-American position. But right now, at the front, we have 1,100 meters to go, and it is Jane Hedegren in the lead with Pamela Kosgei in second. Jadyn Keeler fighting to stick with these ladies. She's in third. Let's hear it from everybody in the chat. Come on, guys. We are getting to the interesting parts of this race. How will it all go down? Can Jadyn Keeler hold on to third? I can tell that she is struggling. 2 Iowa State athletes behind her look strong. Come on, Jadyn. And the race for the win seems to still be a matter of Jane and Pamela, but they haven't opened up a lead on this field. There is always a chance that somebody is able to steal a spot from Hedegren or Kosgei if they don't open up a lead. Milk Chocolate Lover says, if Jane looks comfortable and relaxed and she makes a move, I don't think Pamela and Keeler can match it. I think they might fight it out for a second. Yeah, Keeler is not known for a big kick, so her chances of being able to crack into the top 2 are very low, but she could hold on to third. Very aerobically strong. So 700 meters to go now, guys. Jane Hedegren is starting to turn things up. Kosgei easily able to hang with her, and Keeler still fighting to stay attached. Jane Hedegren looks at the video board and sees that everybody is still with her. She wants to make sure she gets this win, but she wants to do so in the smoothest casual fashion she can to save energy for that 5K. And now the top 5 have separated from the rest of the group. Here we go, guys. Approaching the bell lap. Women's 10K here. Jane Hedegren leads. Bell lap. Here we go. 400 meters to go here in the women's 10K. Jane Hedegren leads. Pamela Kosgei in second. And Jadyn Keeler in third. It's going to be a battle between Hedegren and Pamela Kosgei as we expected as they start to really turn things up here in this last 400. Can Jadyn Keeler hang on, though? An Iowa State athlete passes her and starts to close the gap between the two leaders. Pamela Kosgei takes the lead, and Jane Hedegren doesn't look like she has an answer. 200 meters to go, and Jane Hedegren is falling behind. I don't think she's going to win, and it's actually Iowa State taking the lead on Pamela Kosgei. I don't think Hedegren and Kosgei made this race fast enough to be able to outkick everybody in this field. Is it Kirwa from Iowa State here? Or is it Kipkori? Iowa State takes the win. Pamela Kosgei in second and Jane Hedegren in third. So it is Iowa State. Kirwa shocks the field here. Everybody's saying Hedegren and Kosgei, but they didn't make it fast enough. And Merceline Kirwa had enough left for a big last 400 meters, guys. Jane Hedegren and Pamela Kosgei thought that they could leave everybody in this race and outkick everybody, but they could not do it. Pamela Kosgei outkicks Jane Hedegren, but Merceline Kirwa outkicks them both. So as a result of not making things fast enough, Jane Hedegren and Pamela Kosgei run into the problem of Merceline Kirwa having enough left in the tank and having a big enough kick to take this women's 10K title. Jadyn Keeler holds on to 6th place for the All-American finish. So congratulations and shout out to our kick alum representing the University of North Dakota, Jadyn Keeler, finishing 6th. Congrats to her. Merceline Kirwa runs 31:54 to take the win for Iowa State. Everybody talking about Pamela Kosgei and Jane Hedegren, but they fall to the Iowa State athlete Merceline Kirwa. Betty Kipkore of Iowa State also runs very well to take 4th. Joy Nowcott of West Virginia gets 5th. Keeler in 6th. Riley Blade in 7th. Jenna Hutchins sneaks into that final All-American spot for 8th. Jane Hedegren can't believe it. Neither can Pamela Kosgei. But when you leave everybody in the race and you don't make it so fast that nobody can handle it, you do make it a kicker's race. And they slept on Merceline Kirwa's kick. Wow. So fireworks in the women's 10K, everybody. Let's see what the live chat is saying. Everybody in shock. Chance Hervey says Jane will dominate and come back in the 5K. Just wait. I think that Jane is going to come into this 5K very determined. She does not want to go home without an NCAA title. But hey, she's not going to have it easy. Jane Hedegren will be facing off with Doris Lemongale, Vera Huaberry, Pamela Kosgei, Jadyn Keeler in this 5K. It is a stacked field. G. Sierra Schneider says, the problem with splitting their energy between two races. Exciting finish and kudos to the winner. Yeah, I mean, but Jane Hedegren and Pamela Kosgei thought they could save it for that last 400, but too many women were still attached to the pack, and they weren't tired enough because Jane didn't make them hurt enough with a faster pace. Ward Freeman says, final lap 61. Yeah, they were moving. For a second there, it looked like Pamela Kosgei was going to win as she gapped Jane Hedegren. But then I just saw the Iowa State athlete come out of nowhere, Merceline Kirwa. This is a major upset, guys. This is huge. Merceline Kirwa deserves all the credit here for a well-run race. Didn't lead any of it until the final home stretch. That's how it's done. Patience. Jeff Benzos says 10K should be on the first day and 5K on the last day. I mean, it kind of is. They do like men's, women's. So I guess, yeah, I mean, technically it's day 2 and day 4, but like for the men, it's day 1 and day 3. So they have a 1-day gap. They do the best they can. Milk Chocolate Lover, or no, CCMSJ says, Milk Chocolate Lover didn't expect her to win. She competes against my daughter for America East. Definitely thought Jane would win. Yeah, I think a lot of people thought Jane would win, or Pamela Kosgei, but Merceline Kierwa taking the win is crazy. Milk Chocolate Lover says, I just saw Kierwa as a freshman. Is she a true freshman? I don't know. It's very rare that it's a true freshman. I don't think she is. Ward Freeman says, thank you for your coverage. CCMSJ says, thanks for the great coverage. Appreciate you. I'm doing my best. That was a fun one. I did not expect Kierwa to come out of nowhere and win that thing, but it definitely provided us some fireworks for that 10K. Yeah, Milk Chocolate Lover says, never mind, she's 25 years old. Yeah, you hate to see that. You hate to see the freshman label on Merceline Kierwa and then find out she's 25. Like, come on, that's not a freshman. But congrats to her. It was a phenomenal race. Paul Porter says, when is the 4x4? The 4x4 is about to take the track now. That is the final event of the day. They're about 10 minutes behind the schedule in today's meet, which is better than yesterday. They were 25 minutes behind. So our final event is the 4x4, and we will stay on for that. But, man, we are still recovering from that women's 10K. Now, I just want to shout out, we had 3 women in the competition today, and all 3 of them did great, meaning that we had 3 podcast guests competing today. We had Elizabeth Whaley of Wake Forest in the 1500. She qualifies for the finals with a PR. That was awesome. Not a lot of people predicted her to make the finals, so that was so great to see. Then Sophie Novak, she is one of the favorites for the steeplechase, and she executed really well qualifying for the finals today in the steeple. She's our most listened to podcast on the channel, so check out her episode if you haven't already. She was the first woman we ever had on the podcast, and she remains the most listened to episode. And then, of course, most recently in that 10K, Jadyn Keeler ran a really great, bold, confident race. Was in third for a while, led for a while, ends up falling to 6th place. She doesn't have the strongest kick. She's really aerobically strong. But because it became more of a kicker's race at the end, it cost her a few spots, and she did end up in 6th place. But it's still a great performance, and it is an All-American honor. So congrats to Jadyn Keeler, Sophie Novak, and Elizabeth Whaley for all executing great races today. On the Game 01 says, Jane also got beaten to third by a 21-year-old Pamela, so let's not use Merceline's age as an excuse. Yeah, no, definitely not an excuse. I mean, look, she's in the NCAA, guys. It doesn't matter how old she is. Kierwa is in the NCAA, and, you know, everybody has to accept that and respect that. And at the end of the day, people still thought Jane Hedengren and Pamela Kosgei were the runaway favorites, and Kierwa shocked them all. So that's just how it is. Flowers and credit where they are due. Merceline Kierwa is your women's 10K champion at the 2026 Outdoor Track Championships. I love it. I love that, you know, everybody has their predictions, including myself, but I kind of love when it gets shaken up. You know, before the 10K, we had a vote on who would win, and 78% said Jane Hedengren, 10% said other, 6% said Kosgei, 6% said Jadyn Keeler. Absolutely crazy, guys. So we have been live for almost 4 hours now. We are 10 subscribers away from our goal of 275. Can we make it happen? We still have 52 people tuned in. We were well over 100 during the 10K. But if anybody is currently viewing and is a fan of track and is a fan of running and can subscribe to the channel, it's free. It takes next to no time to just hit that button. Would really appreciate you as we continue to try to grow in this running community. So women's 4x4 is on the track. Heat 1 is off to the races. Let's see how this develops. This 4x4 for the women, Obviously, this isn't a scored final yet, but it is going to be very important to see who makes it to the final because the team race can often come down to the 4x4. It's going to be the final event on Saturday, and if it is still up for grabs, it will be really exciting to see which teams are able to contest. So right now it's Tennessee in the lead of this first heat by a good margin too, as their second leg opens up a gap here. So the Tennessee Volunteers have a big lead, and they pass the stick to their third leg here. So Tennessee well ahead of the field here. They were the fastest seed coming into this heat, and they are delivering on that right now. Behind them, the race for second is between Iowa, and it looks like maybe Duke. It's a blue and white team. That could be Duke or UCLA. Well, regardless, Tennessee has a commanding lead as they go into the anchor leg. So the Volunteers looking good here. But it will be the top two teams who automatically advance. So the race for second will be important. Iowa in a battle right now for second with a blue and white team who they're not showing a close enough view for me to decipher which team that is, unfortunately. So Tennessee will be unparalleled and unchallenged here in this first heat of the 4x4. It is Duke in second, and they are taking control of second place over Iowa. And honestly, they could catch Tennessee. Tennessee is kind of easing off here. All that matters is that they're top two, so this anchor leg might be saving something. Whereas the Duke Blue Devil looks determined to try to take this win. It won't really matter as both teams will go through, but yes, it will end up being the Duke Blue Devils who take the win here in 325.1. So a nice moment for the Duke Blue Devils as their anchor leg brings it home in a big comeback to pass the Tennessee Volunteers, who are absolutely fine with giving up that lead as they secure their automatic bid to the finals. So Tennessee and Duke will advance. All right, guys, so heat one of the 4x4 wrapped up. All in the games of sports being predictable would be boring. Absolutely. Angie says, great finish. If you were talking about that 10K, yes, indeed. That was a crazy, crazy finish. My goodness. A bit of a shocker as well as Merceline Kirwa upsets Jane Hedengren and Pamela Kosgei for the win. Jane back in third. You know she's upset about that. But hey, she's just a freshman. We'll see if she comes back on 5K on Saturday with the 5K and takes the win. Yeah, G. Sierra says it's Duke. Yep, it was Duke. Duke ended up taking the win. Tennessee had a huge lead, but Duke sneaks in for the win there, and it's Duke and Tennessee headed to the finals out of the first heat of the 4x4. All right, let's check on that subscriber count as we are between heats here, see if we are chipping away at that 275. We're 266. We're 9 away. I do think we've hit maybe a new record for likes on an NCAA live stream, though. We were up to 33 likes. So thank you for hitting that thumbs up button. Definitely more than we had yesterday. And I think that this live stream will top yesterday in both views and in likes. We were up to 2,300 total views throughout the last 4 hours. So thank you to everybody who has hopped in for some track commentary. Appreciate every single one of you. So women's 4x4 is on the track right now. It is heat 2 of 3. These will be the last 2 races of the day here. And then we will be coming back tomorrow and Saturday for the finals days, which will be a lot of fun. Honestly, a little bit more fun than these first 2 days because everything is a final in the last 2 days, which is awesome. It's also not quite as long, so I've been on for 4 hours the last 2 days for these streams, and I think it'll be closer to 3 hours for day 3 and day 4. So that'll be great. They're on a commercial break here, and we are just waiting for them to come back where they will have the 4x4 Heat 2. But checking in on our analytics, our average view duration today set a new kick record. 5 minutes and 14 seconds was the average amount of time that viewers tuned in for, which is pretty great. We're usually around 2 or 3 minutes, but happy that I was able to keep your attention in this very difficult social media landscape. To earn attention means a lot to me for our listeners to be engaged. And I try to keep it entertaining here, even in the gaps of our track action and during these commercial breaks. But it is tough when you're doing it for 4 hours. Your comments in the live chat make it a lot easier because it gives me something to talk about and bounce ideas off of. Let's see, can I think of a poll? Let's do a poll for the upcoming days. So tomorrow is the men's finals. So what's a good question for that? Maybe about that 5K. I think that is a pretty intriguing event. Obviously, Marco Langen has talked his talk about getting his NCAA title. Guys like Captain Samuel won't make it easy. Who will win the men's 5K title tomorrow? Getting a poll up for you guys to vote in right now. Marco Langen, Captain Samuel. Who else do we include in this? Should we put in Rocky Hansen? We can only pick 3 men, and then the 4th option will have to be other. I don't know. Simeon Birnbaum is in it. He's in it too, but I feel like I'm putting my money more on him for the 1500. I feel like Simeon Birnbaum might get the 1500 title, but not the 5K. But it's a stacked field, you know. I think I'll put Rocky Hansen because he's a bit of a crowd favorite. But wouldn't be surprised if the other option here gets a lot of votes because there's a lot of great competitors in that field. So I just started a poll about the men's 5K tomorrow as we wait for Heat 2 of the women's 4x4 to get underway here. And we're back for Heat 2 of the women's 4x4. And these ladies are off to the races here. So the middle heat of the women's 4x4. In this heat, Kansas, USC, South Carolina, Georgia. Ooh, this is a stacked heat. Maybe Heat 2 is the strongest heat here, the 4x4. Some big name teams. Nebraska, Florida, Kansas State, and Vanderbilt round out the field as the first legs approach the home stretch. No, wait a second. South Carolina's second leg. Am I seeing things here, guys? South Carolina's second leg looks like Jamesia Ford, who suffered a serious injury earlier. So there's no way that could be her, right? There's no way she's back, right? They're not in the frame right now because they're not in like contention right now, but kind of looked like that was Jamesia Ford, which I would be absolutely shocked because she suffered a serious injury in the 200 earlier. Anyways, Florida leads this thing. Georgia in second, USC in third, going into the third leg. I have no idea if somehow miraculously Jamesia Ford just ran the second leg for South Carolina, but they are way behind, so I'm not exactly sure. But the Florida Gators lead this thing. And this is definitely going to be important for the team title. I think both Florida and Georgia will advance here. They are 1-2 right now. And I think the 4x4 final between them, can you imagine if it comes down to that for the women's team title? It could happen. So Haptum Samuel leading the vote here for who you guys think is going to win the men's 5K final tomorrow. Marco Langen picks up some votes as well. All in the game says Haptum needs the 5K, 10K double to stand any slight chance of winning the Bowerman after Tharp's world record. Yeah, Jacoby Tharp, I think that earns him some major points for the Bowerman Award. Setting a world record is kind of tough to argue against. But yeah, Haptum has had a great year as well. All in the game says South Carolina's second leg is freshman Kendall Harrington, Spain, who looks a little like Jamesia. Okay, yeah. They weren't really on screen because they're way back. So I just saw the pink hair and I was like, there's no way that's Jamesia Ford, right? Yeah, because her injury was serious, so she's not back out there. Okay, but good to know. Thank you for the intel on the game 01. So winning this heat, it is going to be Georgia. Florida is in a battle for second here, and I think they're going to lose it. Florida losing their auto cue here, and they fall back to third place. Not a great result for the Gators. They could still definitely make it to the final, but their anchor leg loses out to, it looked like USC, who took second. So Georgia wins heat 2 in 324.29. USC takes second, with the Florida Gators falling to third. Wow. All right, guys, so one more race left tonight. It is the third and final heat of the 4x4. They are showing the results of the women's pole vault right now, and it is currently the Mole sisters of Washington, unsurprisingly dominating. Amanda Mole in the lead right now with her sister Hannah Mole in second. I met the sisters last year at the NCAA meet. It was funny. They were asking for a picture post-meet, so me and my group took a picture of them, and then they took a picture of us, and that's the best picture I had from the meet. I posted it afterwards as my postcard from Eugene, Oregon, as I had a great time out at Hayward Field in Tracktown, USA. So right now they are interviewing the Washington duo who dominated the pole vault yet again. All right, how are we feeling about Ohio State women? Let's see. Ohio State is going to be in this final heat of the women's 4x4. I don't know if they are favored, though. I feel like Arkansas is in this heat. LSU is in this heat. There's definitely a chance that Ohio State cracks into the top two, but I would say they are not favored against those other two juggernauts, Arkansas and LSU. All right, last race of the day, ladies and gentlemen, we have the 4x4. So, Landon 2K, what are your thoughts on the Ohio State women? Would love to hear. Are you a fan of the Ohio State University? Are you just predicting that they will do well? All in the game says been a bunch of field meet records in the pole vault, long jump, and shot put. That's really cool. Big day for the field events. I know Amanda Mole dominated the pole vault. They are showing her on the broadcast now. Class act, great athlete. And these sisters have just dominated pole vault for a while now. All right, finally, the final race of the day, the women's 4x4 Heat 3 is on the track, and they are going to get underway in just a second as they take their marks. In this heat, it's Montana State, The Ohio State University, Texas Tech, Kentucky, Arkansas, LSU, Texas A&M, and Clemson Tigers. I think the favorites have to be the Razorbacks of Arkansas as well as LSU to get the two big Qs here. All right, so Landon says predict Ohio State third leg going 50. Okay, so the Ohio State University Buckeyes have a strong third leg. All right, good to know. Oh, it's your high school teammate. Oh, that's so cool. So Landon 2K's high school teammate is the third leg for the Buckeyes here. That's exciting. We'll keep an eye out for that. G. Sierra Schneider says the OSU is my alumni, but I don't think they have the top two spots. They are 20th in rank, but good luck and enjoy this great experience. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if they can find their way into the final, maybe on time if they can't get top two in this heat. But it sounds like we've got some OSU supporters in the chat, so we will support them along with you, especially that third leg whose teammate is currently in the live chat with us right now. So first leg, rounding the final turn and entering the home stretch. It is Arkansas in the lead here. LSU didn't have the best first leg there. They have some work to do to catch up. Arkansas is way out in front. Texas A&M is up there. LSU's second leg is off like a rocket to try to close this gap. All in the game, says Amanda Mole, also broke her sister Hannah's pole vault record, NCAA record by 1 centimeter. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. They were interviewing both of them just now, and they were all smiles. So really cool for them to share that experience. And in this final heat of the women's 4x4 semifinal right now, it is all Arkansas as the Razorbacks have plenty of room to work with here heading into the third leg. LSU has moved their way into second, but their anchor is really struggling to hold on here as they got out so strong. Looks like Kentucky and Clemson look to pass LSU going into this third leg. It's going to be close. Let's see how the exchange goes. So Kentucky moves into second place with a great exchange, but LSU's third leg jumps out to lane 2 to try to make the pass. They do not want to spend time in third. So it's still Arkansas way out in front with LSU in second, Kentucky in third. This is that third leg where OSU has a strong athlete whose teammate is in the chat. Oh, wait, nope. She ran the second leg. Okay, so Landon's teammate has run the second leg for OSU. Unfortunately, they are not on screen right now, so I cannot report how they are doing, but they are out of the top 5 who I can see on screen right now. It is Arkansas way ahead of everybody. LSU fighting for second, but Kentucky takes second place back going into this anchor leg. This is going to be an interesting battle for second here, guys. OSU is in 6th, couple seconds behind. They have a chance if they have a phenomenal anchor here. Arkansas will not be matched here as they will win this. And believe me, it's not like they can ease off and be caught like in Heat 1 Tennessee was. They have like a 50-meter lead, so Arkansas is not getting caught. All in the game says Arkansas 4x4 women are just so strong. Yeah, they are dominant. They are way ahead right now. So it's Sanu Jallo, who we saw dominate the 800 earlier. She should just slow down, Sanu Jallo. Save your energy for Saturday. You are absolutely annihilating this field. So Sanu Jallo, please, please take it easy going into this home stretch. She has a 70-meter lead on this field. The battle for second is going to be between Kentucky and LSU as they come down the home stretch. Kentucky has the lead, but LSU is charging. LSU knows they need this second place for the auto queue, and they will get it. LSU takes second. So it's Arkansas dominating Heat 3 of the women's 4x4 in 321.9. Sanu Jallo, the favorite for the women's 800. She runs the anchor leg. She probably could have taken it a little easier than she did. But she still looks strong and smiling as she celebrates with her team. LSU takes the second auto cue from that third heat, and we'll see how the rest of the times hold up for the 3 time qualifiers. So it's Arkansas advancing to the final along with Georgia, Duke, Tennessee, USC, LSU, Florida, Iowa, and Kentucky. So the little cues are Florida, Iowa, and Kentucky. That's going to be your 4x4 field on Saturday for the final. And we made it, guys. Another live stream in the books. These first 2 days were the real long ones as we had to go more than 4 hours both the last 2 days for these live streams. It's past midnight where I am on the East Coast here, so I'm pretty tired. But I thank you all for joining with me here on the Kick. Our goal was 275 subscribers. I worked hard to earn it from you all tonight, but sometimes it's just not in the cards. It looks like we landed at 266 subscribers. Maybe we can squeak out a few more of you. If you haven't subscribed, why not? It's free. It's easy to do. It takes a second. And if you're a fan of running, which you must be if you are still tuned in with us right now, I highly recommend hitting the subscribe button. We will be back for day 3 tomorrow. It is the men's finals day. Our poll for predicting that men's 5K resulted in Habtum Samuel being the lead vote. Marco Langen getting 40% of votes. Not many voters in that poll, though, so we would need a larger sample size for a better idea of what Kick Nation thinks. On the Game 01 says Duke's Braylon Baker in Heat 1 had the only sub 50 of all 3 heats with 49.47. Yeah, Duke's Braylon Baker has been having a great meet so far. I'm actually surprised that none of those Arkansas women had a sub 50 in that third heat. I guess they were just so consistent and they didn't need to. G. Sierra Schneider says, thank you. See you tomorrow. I am still on Europe time, so I'm tired too. Thank you for joining, G. Sierra Schneider. I really appreciate all of you. This is always my least favorite part of the stream where I have to end things off, but it does make it a little easier because it is after midnight here and I am quite tired. But it's been a great stream, guys. Want to shout out our Kick alumni to end this stream here. For those of you interested, if you are a listener of the podcast, you know these 3 women, and they all had phenomenal races today. On the Kick, we have had 3 women who competed today. In the 1500 meters, Elizabeth Whaley of Wake Forest set a PR and qualified for the finals. Congrats to her. Then it was Sophie Novak in the 3K steeple, running so well to qualify for the finals. She's got a chance at an NCAA title on Saturday. And then Jadyn Keeler in that 10K led a few laps, was in 3rd for a while, ended up falling to 6th in a fast last lap. But Jadyn Keeler gets All-American honors with a 6th place finish in the 10K. Shout out to our Kick alumni. That was awesome. And I guess we're going to wrap it up here, guys. We did surpass our viewership from yesterday. So shout out to fans of women's track and field. You guys took down the men's stream yesterday. So the women win this one, but the men will be back again tomorrow for their finals day. And I think we will rev things up even more here on the channel. Feel free to hit the like button on the way out. Hit that thumbs up. Hit subscribe because it is free to do so. This is the Kick, a Runner's Podcast. I'm your host, Will Loggia. I love running and I love a good kick. And I appreciate everybody for tuning in today. That's going to be it. Thank you for the person who just hit the subscribe button. Didn't go unnoticed. 267 we're up to now. And maybe we'll hit 275 tomorrow. I think we'll set a new goal, though. It's the finals day. Maybe we set the goal for 300. That'd be pretty crazy. But I think we'll have a lot more people tuning in for the finals days tomorrow and Saturday. But with that, we will wrap up day 2 of the 2026 NCAA Outdoor Track Championships here on the Kick. Thank you all for tuning in. This is Will Loggia, host of the Kick, checking out.